I'm Mary Pierce, and I'm the vice chair, and I am sitting in tonight for our chairman, Jim Roberts, who's out of town, and we've got a lengthy agenda. In my mind, some of the things are going to take a while, so we just need to all be as expedient as we can and get the job done. But we would like to welcome you to the Design Review Committee meeting for February. This is a subcommittee of the Historic Zoning Commission. The meeting is informal and designed to guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness, or a COA, for projects within the city's historic districts in light of the Historic District Design Guidelines. Applicant participation in DRC meetings is voluntary, but highly recommended. Changes made or suggestions taken by the applicant based on the discussions with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but DRC makes no representation as to whether any change or suggestion made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body of the Historic Zoning Commission. So it's guidance, it's not any legal grounds, anything like that. It is just trying to get things ready before they come to historic zoning, so you don't have to go through as much conversation. And these, before COVID, were very casual, and we sat around a table, but trying to be careful as we proceed through, we hope, the end of the pandemic. We're still doing it in this format. And there are 7 items on the agenda. When your item is called, please introduce yourself and generally describe your item in about 3 to 5 minutes. Please focus on the specific points of your project that you want DRC to discuss. So, our first item is discussion of preliminary Historic Zoning Commission recommendations for Emmeline Acres subdivision, proposed at the southeast and southwest corners of the intersection of Mac-Hatcher Parkway and Franklin Road. And Kaiser Vogren is the applicant, design. So is Gary here? I didn't look up and see Gary.
And I'll just jump in and say,
Do you
applicants.
want to talk first?
No, I
Okay.
just a little housekeeping. I should have mentioned earlier. When your item's called, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the table and having a seat, you'll have a microphone, and we'll ask that you speak into it. There is a button that says push. If the light's green, that means that the microphone's on, and we'll be able to hear you. So, thank you all for that in advance. And the process will be that the applicant will speak, and then staff, and then we'll turn it over to the committee to discuss.
And I would just say, we have made a site visit as a board to this site, and the applicant was kind enough to put up some markers so we would understand it's a big project. Okay, Gary.
Thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see everybody. We've walked the site, talked about it a couple times, been before your board to get some guidance. So I'm just here to talk about the drastic changes to the plan and kind of highlight the things we talked about last time, and we can walk through them. So we talked about minimum 125-foot wide lots, incorporate as much single family as we could, obviously bringing in the context of the historical structure of the area and the neighborhood, reduce the number of dwelling units to create building forms and setbacks that reinforce open space and rural character, and demonstrate a plan that is closer to the ER residential zoning. So those are the big bulk items we talked about last time. So on this plan is, if you could flip through the slides, Amanda, this is the overall master plan. We are showing a total reduction of units from, we came in at 166, then went to 156 dwelling units to 155. We are 87 dwelling units over 38 structures or buildings. ER zoning, if you looked at this property as a whole, at a half dwelling unit an acre, would relegate you to 31 structures. So we're kind of now in that balance of ER would be 31 structures based on half dwelling units per acre of the gross acres, and we're down to 38 structures for a total of 87 units. On the right side of the project, or the east side, on the master plan, this is all single-family estates. These are typically, on average, 125-foot wide lots by 150 feet deep. Basically, the size or greater than Harlesdale Manor across the street. Those lots are 110 to 130, 120 to 140, so they vary. So these are 125 feet wide, but 150 deep. We've actually reduced a structure along Franklin Road from the last time I was here. We had 6 structures along Franklin Road, now we're at 5. The plan kind of highlighted various elements in terms of setbacks, building separation. So on this tract, the setbacks are 10-foot side yards. 10-foot side yards, 150 feet setback if you're on Franklin Road. If you're interior, you're a front setback of 20, rear setback of 20. Just for comparison, the side yards on Harlesdale Manor are 8-foot side yards. We're showing 10s here on this one. So these are large estate homes. They are all relegated to a public street internally or all front-facing Franklin Road, so there's no garages fronting Franklin Road, no driveway cuts on Franklin Road. So we're showing a total of 20 single-family homes on this side, and then Creekside Estate would be one more, preserving that as a residential building. So 21 units total on the east side. And per ER, you could actually get 24 units technically if you did a half dwelling per acre. So we're actually less than ER on the east side with 21 total structures, including Creekside Estate. So all single-family lots. We kept the large spacing between the structures along Franklin Road ranging from 45 to 70 feet, to 75 feet to 50 feet building separation, much like we've shown on the other plans, but keeping that kind of organic rhythm of some closer than others, but a minimum of 45 feet apart, much like the home sites fronting Franklin Road along Harlesdale Manor. So open spaces on that area as well, water quality, things of that nature, but a very simple street network internally with some product with an alley load just because we can't front Franklin Road, so that's common. On the western side, this shows all big houses because we really want to focus on the Roper's Knob side. We all talked about the integrity of that, less units on the east side, more single-family estates on the east side, less density. On the left side or western tract, we're showing 15 multiplexes, which are the larger buildings, and we'll get into the footprints of those. Again, maximizing spacing along Franklin Road, rear loads garages, no driveways fronting Franklin Road. We have 15 multiplexes and 3 duplexes. The duplexes are intended to be kind of a farmstead ancillary building adjacent to the building, fronting those along Franklin Road as well, creating that kind of diverse look along Franklin Road. We obviously have removed all the small single-family lots. So all these are big houses here on this side as well. Minimum building separation is about 25 feet along the church and Mac Hatcher, and again on Franklin Road, really just showing an organic rhythm of 70 to 110 feet apart between buildings to kind of create that organic spacing between buildings along Franklin Road. And then animating Franklin Road with, as we talked about, keeping that rural character within the 150-foot setback with tree grows, fencing, trails, community gardens along Franklin Road within that 150-foot setback. So really a reduction of units, reduction of structures, trying to get more in flavor with the ER kind of density, so to speak, in terms of structures. And I think I covered everything. Oh, we can go through the elevations real quick, Amanda, sorry. And some imageries. So again, these are just snapshots of single-family homes on this one. Yeah, this is the concept single-family home. We know every structure needs to go before you all if we make it to the next step. So this is just one thing, trying to mimic character within Harlesdale Manor, the characteristics of the area. So you can see how large that home is. I think it's like 105 feet wide in terms of its length. That could easily fit on a 125-foot wide minimum lot with plenty of room to spare, either with a side load or rear load garage. These are the big houses which you've seen before, just 2 examples of what could be fronting Franklin Road or adjacent to the church or Mac Hatcher, but again, just a snapshot, but trying to make it look like a single-family estate, which is the intent of a big house. Again, 4 units, each one of those. Next slide, Amanda. These are the little farmstead ancillary buildings, the duplexes.
We can go back to the,
Yeah,
so you can show where these are.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's 3 duplexes that are kind of nestled behind each big house. And each one of those units has its own garage, much like the big house, to the rear of the building, but the front looks like, a little farmstead cottage. This is just one elevation of what this could look like, and then the garage in the back, you can see, are relegated to the rear. And these are just visual perspectives we saw last time. We just reduced the number of home sites. These are all the single-family lots on the east side. As you're going up and down Franklin Road, showing the actual building separation that you'll see that's kind of mirroring the plan, with different setbacks or building separation from 45 to up to 75 feet between the buildings themselves, to create that organic rhythm. So we're starting from the south and kind of moving north towards Mac Hatcher. So this is kind of mid-block of the site on the eastern tract, showing the expansive separation between the 2 middle ones, then moving up towards Mac Hatcher, kind of going up the hill a little bit, and then the existing trees in the background. The one other thing, and I'll let you go discuss, the one thing we talked about was kind of the visual. There was a concern about the visuals. Can you go back to the master plan, Amanda, real quick? Sorry. Yeah. Go back to that little triangle that's adjacent Mac Hatcher to the right. Yeah, that little wedge. So there was concern about potentially seeing some homesteads from that site. So what we did was we extended those lots to make them 170 feet deep to allow for a 20-foot evergreen buffer to screen the back of those things. They're single-family estates. These are large homes, 125 feet wide size. So we added that buffer there. And then we also, go back to the other side of the western tract, Amanda, real quick, please. I'll just slide over there. So on the western tract, this is where we had those 40-foot wide lots fronting the church and Mac Hatcher, so we put in the big houses here. We actually took a row of parking away from the Daniel McMahon property line there against the church to hopefully preserve some of those trees if we can, the best we can. And there's also an old historic wall there also, so that's priority. We want to save that as well. So I think that's the bulk of the things I wanted to talk about: reduced density, reduced structures, reduced number of buildings along Franklin Road, and just freeing up the plan for more just open space and maintain that rural character. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you have and any guidance you can give us as we kind of move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a commissioner that wishes to start the conversation?
I would love to start the conversation as staff, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'm going to project some notes I have, but before I do that, actually, I do want to make a note about the process. You are all pretty much aware of the process, but we have a number of folks here today, and for the public's understanding of the project, this is a little different than most Historic Zoning Commission reviews that you undertake. Most reviews that you undertake are alterations that require what's called a certificate of appropriateness. That is to change physical exterior elements of a site, whether it's the site and setting or the building itself, or to create a new building within the historic district. In this case, the Historic Zoning Commission is being asked to provide a recommendation prior to a development plan proposal that's being vetted by the city's department review team. That's our planners, our engineers, our water and infrastructure specialists to determine whether or not a development plan proposal is something that could be supported by the city with its policies and regulations in place, and then taken to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for consideration. The reason the commission's being asked to provide that recommendation is because it is in the historic district. And when you are setting entitlements for things like lot dimensions and the number of lots and how those are situated on a site, it can affect elements that are covered in our historic district design guidelines. So at this point, we are asking the design review committee to provide guidance to our applicant as they move forward through that process and then seek a formal recommendation, whether it's approval or disapproval, as they move forward through that process. We will talk about things like lot dimensions, the buildings themselves, the placement of those buildings in relation to existing and historic or non-historic buildings, things like fences and walls and hardscapes, but we don't review the roadway network specifically. That is an engineering consideration, and our department team will be looking at that. So there is some roadway alignment changes proposed, as you can see on the screen, specifically in this area, but the Historic Zoning Commission doesn't comment on those. That is better suited for our engineering team at a later date. So I'll go ahead and get started. I prepared some comments that I'll just project on the screen. Overall, the applicant has worked really hard to break this plan into compliance with the recommendations that have been provided. And they are recommendations from the design review committee meeting in December were to use a minimum of 125-foot lot widths. That is based on the precedent set by the Harlansdale neighborhood across the street, which is an infill development that seems to work really well in that context. Excuse me. There was some recommendation of using architectural styles in context with those neighboring structures, such as a rural vernacular type of Federal, Greek Revival, Folk Victorian. So the applicant has decided, as proposed, that the west side would be all one parcel. So I can't give you dimensions here because it's all designed to be one parcel with multiple buildings. On the east side, the applicant is trying to meet the intent of those recommendations. I believe that the range proposed is 120 to 170. So there are a few that are a little shy of the 125, but generally speaking, the applicant has met that intent as recommended by the DRC. As far as architecture, staff does have some concerns about the architecture. Architecture is vetted more properly through a certificate of appropriateness process, but because of the level of concerns that we have, we did want to go ahead and bring that forward at this time. The recommendations throughout the process have been that the architecture be limited to no more than 2 stories in the area surrounding the farm, and that it be scaled in massed similarly to other historic and approved non-historic buildings in the area. This is a single-family residence. It is conceptual, but it is shown to be about 103 feet wide at a 2-story scale, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
They're all 2-story.
the concern, well, there's a 2.5 later, but there's a concern here about the width of the building in relation to the historic fabric. So I'm going to go back to my notes. Some existing conditions. The historic property is the Creekside property. The Creekside mansion itself is approximately 48 feet wide. There is a historic building that fronts Franklin Road at Harlansdale that's about 55 feet wide. And then within Harlansdale Manor itself, some of the widest buildings are about, I think the one at the very back, which is about 90 feet wide. And then the new construction on Franklin Road, the facade that faces Franklin Road is about 70 feet wide. So that's just some basis.
70?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that's some basis of comparison. We do feel that these buildings might be a little oversized as rendered currently. The proposed conditions show the single family as a 108. I think it's 103, forgive me, 103 and 8 inches. Multiplex at 63 feet wide, which would be consistent with what you're seeing, the fabric of the neighborhood. And then the duplex, again, probably more consistent. But the single family, some of those do appear to be much larger than the context that we're trying to set in relation to Creekside. The applicant was asked to reduce the number of buildings to create building forms and setbacks that help reinforce and help protect that open rural space. And we do feel that they have done that along the corridor in a more meaningful way. The DRC also asked that the applicant demonstrate that the plan meets the current estate residential zoning to help protect that open rural nature of the corridor. So Gary and I have slightly different numbers. ER allows for 30.9 buildings, so 30 buildings cumulatively on both sites. This rendition shows 39 buildings, but that does include Creekside, so I believe the 38 he mentioned was the 38 new plus Creekside is proposed as a single-family residence.
Yeah.
So that would be 39 buildings. So
Correct.
this represents 9 buildings over the entitled amount if it were to be
But
built
they-
at the zoning.
Just for clarification, the ones that are zoned for currently are single-family.
Yes, ma'am.
And so now, some of these are becoming, big houses or quadplexes or
Yes.
whatever. So that's not quite, in my mind, the comparison.
Yes, I understand. You had asked for a comparison, and that's the best I can give because it's based on building count, not unit count.
Yeah.
There were some concerns expressed about the visibility from Matt Catcher, which Mr. Bogren did explain a few moments ago. And I did want to note that building spacing at Harlansdale along Franklin Road is 55 feet, and I believe that it's generally met here. There are some internally that aren't. I do think that there's a need to try to meet that as much as possible throughout the site, but the conditions that front the corridor are of more visual importance, and the applicant has not met that in every case, but has attempted to meet that in most cases. If the building widths were narrower for the single family, then that could be achieved. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amanda, can I just address a couple of your things? I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. okay.
Sure.
Miss Mary.
go for it.
So, couple things. Hopefully what I tried to do in this master plan was actually draw the buildings in, so you can see how, I think the last time we saw, there's always boxes and
Right.
couldn't figure how buildings sit. So basically, all the single-family houses that you see on the right side, those are traces of actual building footprints of Harlesdale Manor. I took the-
Houses where?
in Harlesdale Manor.
Okay.
So I took all the building footprints in Harlesdale Manor, printed them to scale, and just traced them and drew each one. So those are actual building footprints on each one of those lots. You know, just so you can see how they fit. And sure, we showed 103 foot wide, but you may have 103 or you may have a 50. If you look at some of those, they all vary. So we just took one building and said, this will probably be the largest building, 103 foot wide, and may not be on Franklin Road, it may be somewhere, or maybe somewhere not that long, I don't know. So, but when you look at the scale of those drawings, those buildings, those are all replicas of Harlesdale Manor. I drew them in there so you can see how the garages work and how they load. And then the last question, I wasn't sure, Amanda, you had mentioned about the building separation along Franklin Road that were kind of close, so if you could just verify that.
Sure. We had looked at Harlansdale Manor as a model, and
Yeah.
this one's a little low, but the rest of them appear to meet that
Yeah,
standard.
Yeah, that.
Oh, this one and this one here.
Yeah, and again, I just drew a building footprint on there that matched Harlesdale Manor. So if we put two smaller ones next to each other, you're gonna have a much wider setback. And
Right.
we can make those whatever you want them to be. I just happen to kind of just show what I thought was a good mix, so it's all relative. So I have no problem. And actually, that lot closest to Creekside Estate, that is the largest lot. That lot is like 170 feet wide. We're just pinched because there's a 75-foot conservation easement where those green trees are. So it just compresses that footprint, which is fine. You can still fit a 50-foot wide structure on that lot, which is fantastic.
Right.
So anyway, I just want to clarify that, but thank you.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you.
And I have one more comment I failed to make. This open space area does need to be addressed to meet some zoning ordinance requirements. I just wanted to make a note that this may need to change to some degree in order to address some open space frontage issues right here.
And I can speak to that. You know, we love, as planners, love great open spaces. And when you see where that open space lot C is, when you come in off of Franklin Road and you come to that split or the Y, it's just common sense to put an open space there. The zoning ordinance prohibits that, which is just, I don't understand. It just doesn't make any sense in our world of planning. So we showed an open space, and Amy Diaz-Barriga brought that up. So basically that lot, which is that wedge, that'll be one big lot. We can't put an open space in front of it, which is just very odd to me. So we would just extend, that would just be one lot and probably create an easement that allows for a fountain or a community garden on somebody's private property, but make it look like a green space, so. But she's right. It's just a technicality in the zoning that you can't put a house or open space along a street in front of them, which we do all the time in Berry Farms and West Haven, and, oh, they're great communities, so I'd love to change that in the zoning ordinance at some point down the line, but.
And I didn't
Neither
bring
knew.
that up to bring any sort of ill
But it works.
comment to it. It's
Yeah,
just
no,
more of,
it works
if
without,
you,
with or without it.
if you see it again, it may be slightly different
Yeah,
from what you're
it'll
seeing
just be
today.
one wedged lot all the way to the little corner there. So.
Okay.
Would it change the number of, I'm sorry, is it?
It'd just be a larger lot. It would just be 25% larger lot. Is that, if that's what you're asking for that lot?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pierce, are you
Yes,
ready for
do you wanna
comment?
go?
Well, I just wanted to respond to that. If that wedge, would the three houses we see on that little guitar pick shape
Exactly what it is.
remain three, or
Yes,
would
it'd be
that
three.
change?
It'd be three lots, just that one where the C is would
Okay.
incorporate that whole open space. It'd just be one large lot, but there'd be three lots in the middle.
Thank
But
you.
we want that home fronting towards the point, so to speak, of the pick. Yeah, the front will always face towards that way, yeah. We don't want it side load, it's a kind of a double frontage lot if you do that, so.
Anyone want to start?
I don't, I think, you know, I'm newest to this. I haven't seen this at all, so. Gotta lean forward.
I don't think they're on, Amanda.
Yeah, they don't sound like they're.
Yeah, it doesn't
Robert,
sound-
do you mind checking the microphones for the commissioners, please?
I can talk loudly too. Ask my wife.
We'll get those addressed, but in the meantime, just if you don't mind speaking loudly, I
Sure.
appreciate it.
I think what you've shown seems reasonable. I mean, the particular width of 103 or 108, I wouldn't say run with that and think that most lots would be acceptable to do that. But like you said, there's going to be some lots that we're going to get to see, which I think you could present a hardship argument, like the one that has a 75-foot swath out of the side of it. It's like, well, we might need some help on this particular house with something that's out of what we all agreed to. And so, you know, I don't know what that number ought to be, but I don't have a problem with a 103-foot house. If you can give me a really compelling argument for, well, this lot's funny shaped and has these influences coming in from outside, and we need the length because we don't have the depth, and I could get on board with that. But again, we'll get there. But I don't want to tell you that I'm in favor of 103. I'm saying that could be okay in an off chance that there's some outside influence and you're showing hardship, but that they probably ought to be more congruent with. And I don't know that Harlansdale Farm ought to be the model necessarily. It's nice and it's across the street, but something of that keeping in terms of width.
Yeah, Harlansdale, we were trying to point to something. Harlansdale Manor is a bit more secluded from Franklin Road, and the historic property is, did you say Creekside's how wide?
50?
It's about 48 feet
8
wide.
feet, so, yeah. Anything
Yeah.
else?
In 50 feet wide, you know, a standard urban lot in Nashville's 50 by 150, and there's some really fantastic houses.
Oh, yeah.
But I think on lots this large, you get up a good bit bigger than that. I just am afraid to say, yeah, the 103 sounds fantastic. It sounds like it might be okay in some off instances, but not as the norm.
Yeah. Anyone else wish to comment?
Just a clarification for me, so on the east side, they're all single family. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the west side, they're fourplexes, they're multifamily.
The
with
first row.
duplex. So just the first row.
No, all of them. All the large orange buildings are
Yes.
all multiplexes.
Even on that back row?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Thank you.
They look like houses. See, I drew them
Yeah.
to make it look like houses. But they're
Well,
all
I didn't
multiplexes.
realize that either. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
So
these-
it's the smaller
These are all
buildings.
multiplexes, and then these three here are the duplexes.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else wish to comment?
I just have a comment. The thing that concerns me about multiplexes is it's really tricky to get the fenestration to look like a single house, single-family house. And I think that's what we're trying to achieve, is a single-family house appearance.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
Kathy.
a comment. So,
Oh.
on the east side, it's all multiplex buildings,
No,
correct?
east side is all single-family
All
estate.
single.
At the Roper's Knob side, that is all single-family estate.
Single family, okay,
Yeah.
okay. This has come a long way, so I have to give you credit because I know it's
I
been a
appreciate it.
very long process. I'm having trouble understanding how we can call these multiplexes consistent with Harlansdale manor, which, again, I agree, should be our model. I just, there's nothing like it in that corridor, so I feel it's inconsistent, and that even though you've worked very hard to make it similar in style to Harlansdale, I just, I think it's not possible. I really don't.
Just so I clarify, ma'am, are you talking about what the architecture looks like and the massing? Is that what you're concerned about?
Yes,
If we can make
yes.
that look like a single-family residence, much
Yeah.
like you had mentioned, the fenestrations?
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you had pictures to show us of something like this that actually exists,
Mhm.
maybe that would help, but I honestly don't see how we can call that consistent with Harlansdale or with single-family homes. I really don't.
Yeah, I know we talked about somehow, we showed a few houses that in downtown, again, they're downtown, that could easily look like a multiplex. And there's a lot of architectural design that goes into it. I think you'd be astonished at what you can accomplish to create a facade that, from driving down the road, you could not tell that if it's a single family or a big house. I'm not the architect, so I can't draw these, but this is the architect's conceptual massing elevations, which we all know each one of these has to go before you to say, yep, well, that doesn't work, but I believe there's a way to get there.
And
honestly.
Gary, how many square feet will the quadplexes be?
They range from, I think we showed last time was 4,000 to 5,000 square feet total.
Okay.
2 stories, yeah. But need to meet all the zoning ordinance requirements, all the requirements by historic guidelines that,
And I'll speak to that a little bit too. Mr. Bogren is right. These will require individual certificates of appropriateness at some point. Staff is very candid in saying that the architecture that has been presented today would not be supported. And Mr. Bogren knows that. And we will not condone this type of architecture for that area. I do agree with Mr. Bogren, however, that we can work to achieve something that has the fenestration, massing, and scale of a similar neighboring single-family building. The only reason I wanted to bring it up today is that this is not that, and I don't want to set any expectations that this is something that would be supported at a later date if the development plan is approved. We do want to see smaller forms and width in this and a variety of them. I do think that's the intent. Now that Mr. Vogren did explain how he created the site plan, I do feel more comfortable with that, but I do think that this is probably an example that this causes a little bit of concern.
Kathy, did you want to speak?
Yes. I think you did a really clever thing, tracing the footprints and
Oh, thank
dropping
you.
them in. I'm going to have to borrow that
I want to make sure you
idea.
could read it and understand it. You know, in my head, I know exactly what it looks like, but if I don't
Yeah.
draw it, it just makes it easier.
No,
to-
that's extremely helpful to view the site. And while you have reduced the number, which seems to be from day one, was always such a overly dense populated site, we're still 9 buildings over? Is that the math on that?
The zoning would permit
Yeah.
30.9, so that is
Yeah.
30 units.
Single family.
It's single family. I do think that multiplex can appear as single family, but that's why I wanted to mention the massing scale and architectural detailing that would go along with that. But the application is 39, including the existing building.
So if I may just ask a point
Thank
of
you.
clarification, because I keep hearing this go back and forth. The number of units, is that the number of buildings or the number of residential units?
Right now, the zoning allows for 1 unit per 2 acres, and so I'm speaking in terms of actual buildings and not units. Mr. Vogren mentioned units, houses. When I say buildings, I mean houses. Mr. Vogren mentioned units at the beginning, but I'm trying to pull away from that because I think for the public and the commission's better understanding is building, house, to try to understand that in a more visual, functional sense. But yes, it's 39, including the Creekside Mansion, buildings, houses on the site.
And I guess what I want to just make sure I'm real clear on, because I'm hearing Ms. Pierce say, but it's, 39,
31.
right, 31 and then it's being compared to the number of dwelling units or residential units within the buildings. I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples.
There's no apples to
appropriately.
apples. There's no way to do that. The zoning does allow for one building per 2 acres.
So it's one building, not one.
So it could be-
One
up.
house, I should say house. I'm sorry, I keep saying building, I think
Building works,
Yeah.
well, I've been told house.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we could, I think I get what you're trying to
I'm just
get
trying to
at.
get clarity so
We're
we're all on
trying
the
to
same page.
understand, is a quadplex considered the same as a single-family home as far as the zoning goes?
No, the applicant is requesting a rezoning to
Okay.
allow for that
Yeah.
use.
Okay.
But, right, and going back to what I'm asking is the current zone, are we looking at the number of buildings or the number of residential units?
The number of residential homes, houses.
Houses.
Home
Okay.
and house means different things. Houses.
Very good.
Trying.
Okay.
So how many houses do you have on the lot?
So the
On your
EE
proposal?
and to say it in more
have-
clear sense, right now, estate residential only allows for single-family houses.
Right.
Okay.
And it can allow for 30 to 31, depending on your interpretation. Staff
under-
says 30.
Right.
Okay.
And under the
And
request.
the applicant is requesting a primary use of single-family houses with additional multiplex houses and duplex houses on the site, with a total of 39 houses.
Correct. Yeah, state residential allows 31 homes. We're showing 38 structures, so
Which, if you stuck with the current, then the 20 that you have on the east side would
Yeah.
allow
Yeah,
for
20.
10 on the west side, or 11, 10 or 11.
yeah.
Yeah,
On the west side, ER would allow 7 structures,
7. Okay.
7 on the west, because it's only like 14 acres or something. Yeah, 13 acres, something like that.
And just for background, which I think I've said before, but maybe not, Tyler, for you. This was a down zone to 1 unit to the 2 acres based on the, years ago, based on the importance of Franklin Road to the entire community character of Franklin. It's our last, or not, it's our most untouched entrance into historic Franklin. So I personally, what I would say, Gary, I feel like it's come a long way on the east side. And I would not want to see houses wider than Creekside, because on that front row, it wouldn't
Yeah,
matter
no, I
back.
totally agree. I
Yeah.
think we, well, the architect said,
Okay.
I think the bigger house we show, they'll be happier. I'm thinking, well,
No.
that's not the case, but it is what it
I
is.
feel, when I see that, it
Yeah, I
feels
hear,
like
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
would take away from Creekside.
Totally agree. Like you said, that's the
Yeah.
majestic building,
That is the history.
the queen, as you mentioned. So
Of how the
I agree with
community
that.
was developed. I'm still not comfortable with the quadplexes lined up. If you just got rid of the whole front row and maybe they all went back, and maybe, but that's where I'm having a stumbling block on. We don't want to harm the fabric of our community. We do want to manage change over time. So that would be my stumbling block.
So, yeah, we were trying to just mirror both sides, be it look like single-family homes
Mm-hmm.
with large separation, a lot of green space.
It's just not characteristic of Franklin to see one large home right after the other the same size. That just isn't the character of Franklin Road, to me.
Yeah,
So-
and we tried another scheme that actually we showed planning, and we tried to kind of turn buildings at a different angle and create little pocket parks between. And they said, no, we want you to line them up along Franklin Road. So that was the guidance we got, keep them all straight and kind of fronting Franklin Road along 150. We tried to break it
Well,
up a
they
little
could
bit.
be straight, but them being more or less uniform in size is not, to me, characteristic. I don't think you could show that was characteristic of Franklin Road. So,
Just so I understand, Mary, you want the building masses to kind of vary?
absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because
In-
those are all.
In my mind, the
yeah.
open space around them, the massing and scale of them, it's just bam, bam, bam. It's however many, 6 bams?
One,
down
two,
Fra-
three, four,
Down
five.
Franklin Road.
It's 6 estate, big houses and
Big
three-
houses.
Yeah, 6
And-
estate.
And I do agree with whoever said, I think it was Lisa, if you could show us a picture somewhere. We just haven't seen a big house in Franklin that looked anything other than like a rendition, kind of a new rendition of apartment buildings.
Well, yeah, we're not going in that direction. We don't want.
I mean, Iron Horse across the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we don't want Iron
We were
Horse. That's not a.
told those
yeah,
were big
yeah.
houses.
Those are multifamily buildings. Those are apartments. And
So-
we're not even in the same ballpark.
Anybody else,
Yeah,
anything,
I think
otherwise,
the-
we'll.
You know, the rules in terms of 30 units, sticking kind of strictly to that. I mean, I figured the discussion would be, are we talking 30 or 31? Because we're .9. Instead, we're talking about 39 buildings, or 38 of yours and one old house.
But you're talking quadplexes instead
Right.
of single family.
Yeah, but it's still a building, too many buildings on the west side. And, you know, those rules exist for a reason. And I'm not gonna, I probably wouldn't be in favor of just that much density on that side. I think, you know, as an architect, I know there's probably a way to come up with quadplex that looks like a single-family house. I've seen many of them, and they can be quite successful, but that's probably just a little too dense for right there, considering
Now-
everything around it. Now, I know across the corner is a pretty dense neighborhood. It's not super dense, but it's denser than these.
You're
But
Iron
that's not in
Horse.
a historic district.
Right.
Iron
Yeah.
Horse.
Yeah, across Mac Hatcher. So, you know, at some point, I do have some kind of compassion for the idea that it's the border too. So we can't necessarily stick a hard line to Mac Hatcher's going to be our line. I can be on board with a little flexibility based on the fact that we're going from one zone to another, and it can be as disruptive to be a hard stop and a hard start between the historic district and non. So it's like at these fringes, I might feel a little different, but not 39 different and not 108 feet wide different. I'm talking about giving you that extra one that you're 0.1 units from getting, things like that would be the flexibility I'm talking about on that fringe.
Is there any other comment for the applicant? Yeah.
I think the thing that, like the image that we had earlier of the multiplex, the thing that I don't want to see is, are any of these houses competing with Creekside in terms
Sure.
of
Totally agree.
the, you know, and I realize we can't, you know, we're not trying to constrict you to the size, but that should still be the star.
Agreed. Yeah, we all know, as Mary mentioned, that the Creekside Estate is the queen and of the site, and everything is pushed further back from that setback. We've kind of pushed them back even further. Even though we have 150, some are pushed back 10, 50 feet even further back from that. So, yeah, again, we are focusing in this meeting with you all on building, massing, scale, character. And when I hear density, that starts getting into the Mayor and Board of Aldermen and Planning Commission. I know it's tough to separate, but we are trying to show that you could get 31 structures on a state residential where 38.
Yeah,
So
I think that you are right to say, maybe we shouldn't say density and we ought to say massing.
That's where I need
But
guidance from you on
the
that.
massing, then I will re-say what I was saying. To me, the massing on the west side does not work. It's not characteristic of Franklin. It's just one same size right after the other coming
Yeah.
down the road. And I think there is some wisdom to what Tyler said, you know, kind of a soft, you know, negotiation coming into Franklin. But I don't see the massing that consistent when it's nowhere on Franklin Road.
So if you go back to those big house elevations, Amanda, please. So yeah, I can't read those show like 51 feet wide to 65, I think. So there's always going to be a variance. You know, I drew them all as the same on the
Yeah.
mesh, but they all look the same.
But
But are you saying if one's a 45 and one's a 50, one's a 65, is that what you're
I'm saying.
trying to get after? Or maybe, that's what
Way
I'm trying to figure
different.
out.
In my mind, we've got a little bit of everything on Franklin Road. If you hide it enough, and maybe you can show that it's set back enough that it doesn't matter. But my concern is that you've got similar sizes just lined up down the road. Yes,
So the applicant has proposed a handful of duplexes on the west side right here. And I wanted to bring that up because these are the renderings for that. I would argue this is a 2.5 story that we wouldn't support, but generally speaking, this is 38, almost 39 feet wide. I think that there's, and I don't want to speak for the applicant by any means, but there's some opportunity to maybe, instead of having those look like accessory garages to these, but maybe put one or two in here as a frontage, to Ms. Pierce's point, break up the massing so that there's, you know, a 40-foot wide and then maybe a 90-foot wide, and then, you know, just mix it up so it feels more organic. I've used that word a lot. I know that can mean different things to different people, but I do believe that was the intent of staff's
that's what I was
recommendation all
trying to
along.
say to Amanda.
I think we can pull it off, because I think, tell me this, are you comfortable with the separation of the buildings of 70 feet, 80 feet, 80 feet, 110 feet, 70 feet? There's some great separation. Are you comfortable?
I would even, in my mind, when you're looking at massing and scale, even if some of them were connected and some weren't at all. I mean, it's just something that has more of a feel of what's on the rest of the roadway.
It's the idea that when you're driving down the road, they don't look like they were all built at the same time by the same group, but that these were lots that were subdivided by the city and people bought them piecemeal and built something. That's, I think, what they're describing is that kind of organic nature that some people are just different styles, 1.5 stories, 2 stories, some
I
are
think
set back
that's-
a little
That
further
speaks
and
to
forward.
historic Franklin.
Yeah.
That speaks to our community character.
Because the city wanted us to push them all up to as close as we could to Franklin Road, or,
Yeah.
well, not, at the 150-foot setback, and maybe a little bit back, a little bit forward, a little bit back, but
Can you describe the topography from the historic Creekside house, kind of down Franklin Road on that east side? In a generic sense, is it uphill, downhill, pretty level?
So Mac Hatcher's high, and then you drive down to Creekside Estate.
Okay.
So it's always going down.
Well, that's what I remembered, but I didn't get to go on the
Yeah.
site visit. But
Yeah.
what I would say, and a useful tool that we've seen utilized elsewhere, here and in other communities, is being very cognizant, about the houses that are closest to Creekside, which is in a whole in comparison, are the ones that need to be more considerate in 1.5 stories or something in comparison. And as you get further away, you maybe start to gain a little height and maybe a little
Sure.
width, but keeping it, because what can happen is if, all these houses, especially that lot that's nearest it, is struggling for square footage because it has that 75-foot imposition
That's
on the
still
side.
a sizable home.
Yeah, but you're going to have to go up to get the square footage in comparison. And what I don't want is all of a sudden we have a tall house because it's a narrower
No,
lot.
I don't think you'll
Yeah.
get that.
So just as a generic guidance, since it's downhill, I would say keep the houses closest to Creekside so that from a skyline view, it's not Creekside and then, taller and taller and taller.
And I think that's an excellent point. And I think Mr. Vogren's worked really hard on that lot that's adjacent to the conservation easement. I know we've talked about that a
Yeah,
lot,
it's
and
tough.
he's tried to accommodate through the lot width to be able to get that the home size expectation of his client while meeting the requirements of the city for the easement. The easement is there to help mitigate any potential adverse impacts of the new development in relation to the Creekside property as required by Chapter 18 of the ordinance. But he has accommodated that, and I think that's going to work really well.
And I would say, I know that Gary, representing the applicant, that they're working hard to try to come up with something. So if anyone has any feedback, you can give that to Amanda, and she would pass it on. Isn't that the way to do that? If
Sure,
you-
we
yeah.
would love your feedback now, but
Mhm.
if you think, as
Yeah.
you're thinking on this, the applicant does intend, I believe, to submit this at the end of the week for a
Yes.
recommendation from you next month. So
Mary?
comments now would be appreciated.
Yes, Kathy.
Yeah, one thing that I think would help me to deal with, and I think the comments that have been made about it feeling organic, maybe mixing in, varying the height, respect to Creekside, is to see that streetscape and give me then another reduced quantity of houses on the site as well. I think that would add to how that feel of it being more typical Franklin. Can you still reduce it again?
On the west side?
Whatever side you want to pick. Well, okay, we can use the west, because the west is the most dense,
Yeah,
right?
there's,
What's allowed is 7, and they've got 15 now, right?
I'm sorry?
The west is the most dense.
Correct.
Yes, there are 18 buildings on the west side.
That's right, 18 structures. Mhm.
I had 15, yes, 15
We were-
multiplex and 3
yeah.
duplex.
Yeah, we were
So-
we wanted to keep this similar massing along, or building separation and massing that is along Franklin Road, adjacent Harlesdale Manor. Then you go down to Hooper Lane, they're real small lots, and they're pushed up way close. So. we
In my
tried-
mind's eye, that corridor could use a little more reduction in number of houses even to give it that organic, maybe more Franklin feel, more diversity of looking that these have been not a subdivision dropped in, but homes that were added throughout periods of time.
Like, on Hooper Lane, those were working homes for the farm,
Yeah,
but
Right.
they are there right beside some more massive structures.
yeah. Okay, so you want to loosen up the western side, Franklin Road, maybe drop one building.
Oh, I don't think we said one building.
Well,
Thank you, Mary.
check the notes, I don't know.
How low can you go? No, I don't.
Yeah, we've done our
It's
best.
hard for me to say,
Yeah,
but
we've-
you could win us
You want
over, like
something?
Chairman Tyler was saying, Councilman Tyler, that reduction, it's a big number, 9 over.
Yeah, yeah, we've been
Although
reducing.
you've done a
We've been
fantastic job.
reducing, and we've been trying to,
Right.
we felt the value on the eastern side, the Roper's Knob side was glaringly obvious that needed reduced density. We focused on the western side, and granted, we want to have some great frontages along Franklin Road. We'll vary up the widths of the building. I drew them all the same. That's my bad. But we can fluctuate the character. We love the separation along Franklin Road. We thought that was kind of building on what's down there. We are next to a church on the other side, so we talked a lot about the frontage on Franklin Road, maybe adjusting the massing, the building scale, and dropping potentially maybe some units there. Is there anything on globally in terms of setbacks or anything against the church that I need to know about?
Well, I think, Brian, did you
Yes,
want?
Madam Chair, I do just have, for me, the underlying issue that supersedes all the architectural things we're discussing is the current zoning. Now, I know they bring up the thing that our board does not deal with zoning, and that's true, but that will be a future BOMA's decision.
Oh, definitely.
But the past BOMA decision, based on this property, they downzoned it. And the reason for downzoning it was historic preservation. And we are Historic Preservation Board. And so that is the current zoning, which is, we're saying
Right.
30.9 houses, and I can't support anything that's greater than that.
Gotcha.
So just starting, no matter what's done architecturally, I can't support anything, because that is part of our purview. What we're looking at is to preserve that site. And a past BOMA in the early 2000s said that's why they downzoned it to 1 unit per 2 acres. And it's also single family. So it's single family, not multifamily. And that is the issue for me. And that's how I will vote on this issue.
And Brian, I like how you articulated that. I agree 100%. And I would say also that we're being asked as a commission to comment on how this fits the context of what we have presently. And as I look at it now, especially the side on the west, it just, if we did an aerial view, we'd see that this is very, very different from the context.
Getting back, may I ask, or just a
Yes,
general question, Mary?
absolutely.
I agree, it is zoned as state residential, and that's the color on the map. But the city also has Envision Franklin, which allows you the opportunity to change zoning, allow a different mixture of product type, be it big houses, duplexes, whatever else is in conservation design. So we are allowed to do that. It also could be rezoned. The church could buy this and put a church in a parking lot there. There's nothing precluding them to do that. So you never know what a future land may hold, but that is allowed by Envision Franklin. They can build a church in a parking lot, a massive structure. Does that fit this area? Not sure about that either. I would rather see this than expansion of a church or assisted living or whatever uses are allowed in Envision Franklin. And that's BOMA's and planning commissions, but that is allowed within Envision Franklin. So somebody could do that. Sure, it's a process to go through rezoning, but it's not unlike what we're doing now.
Yeah.
But we would rather see it go this direction. Just food for thought, but that is what potentially could happen. Somebody could say, well, I want to be, or this church could buy the site. I'm not sure if they could now, but another church could come and say, well, I want to be here or across the street. They could do the same on the east track. And now you get a larger structure at the base of Roper's Knob. So we're just trying to, when I'm drawing this and designing this, we're trying to speak to building massing and try to get all the feedback I can and really just create separation of homes and large setbacks. And I think the 150-foot back just is a game changer because it's not done anywhere else unless it's on a scenic corridor. This is just, it was a great foresight by the city to do 150. And I think that really opens up what that could visually, and when you go back to those elevations, can you go back to those renderings, Amanda, real quick? Those ones in the back. I'm sorry, the 3D, yeah. When you go to these, that's what it's going to look like on the east side. Sure, that's not the final architecture, but that's the separation we're looking for. And that almost mirrors the other side on the west side. It's a big house, but that's the character we want to envision. And when you have the expansive open space of 150 and add the tree groves and the fencing and the trails and gardens and things of that nature, it just creates that character that I think could very easily be accomplished.
Well, we have spent an hour, and it's worth every minute of it.
No.
It's a very important project.
Absolutely.
Very important. But probably at this point, I hope that you've heard some feedback you can understand, and if you don't, talk to Amanda, and she can certainly
Yeah,
call us, because it's very important.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah, like she said, we will be submitting to historic zoning in a week, I guess.
At the end of this week is the application deadline, and I do want to ask a couple pointed questions, just so there's clear direction. I think Mr. Vogren had intended to ask and started to ask at some point, is there any concern with these buildings shown on the west lot here, other than the number, to create that open rural feeling? I think he had asked specifically about the spacing between the buildings.
Yeah,
I think we gave that feedback.
Okay.
When you use the word organic, and I think most of the people up here said something to that effect, that not be as regular, not be the same size, built
So-
over time. I mean, there were several comments, so
And thank you.
think-
I wanted to bring that up specifically because I want it to be clear if the commission or committee was talking more specifically about the buildings that line Franklin Road, or the buildings in general. And I think that it was a general comment, but I wanted to make sure that was clear.
I think it was general. I think a lot of the focus of "we're not there" was a lot focused on, specifically on the west side,
Okay.
but not limited to the west side. But that was what I heard. Is that correct, you all? Is that what you all think?
Well, again, Mr. Vogren's worked really hard on this plan with staff, and I thank him very much for coming forward and showing it. And we're excited about moving forward with some revisions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to say something? We could have about you want to have about a 5-minute recess?
5 or 10, whatever you want.
5.
We'd like to say a time that we're returning.
5 minutes.
So you want to come back at
um,
5:15?
Let's just say come back at 5:15.
Okay, 5:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's La Marinelle?
Are we ready?
Not quite time yet.
Okay.
As long as our team's ready, we're good.
My mints. We're ready? Okay, item 2 is discussion of signage at 113 Second Avenue South. Lisa Mancy is the applicant. And did you want, oh, there,
I'm here.
you're Lisa?
No, I'm Pat. I am Pat Owens. I am the owner of 12 Point Sign Works.
Okay,
And Victoria is our planner on this item. She'll give a brief, like,
Okay.
update on why they're here, and then we'll let
Okay.
the applicant speak if you don't
that'd be
mind.
great.
Thank you. So this item did come before DRC in January. They brought a brand-new sign before the committee, and the DRC was concerned that this new sign might be too large and recommended instead to reface the existing monument sign. What you have before you tonight is a recladding with a metal cladding around the sign that is existing. Metal recladding such as this is not historically typical. Okay.
I just wanted to give an update on why.
Oh, yes, okay. There you go.
Sure. So appreciate all the feedback from last time. Obviously, listened to it, looked at how best to refurbish this sign, looked at basically changing out the metal that's there with aluminum, did take into consideration and change the letters to aluminum per the committee's recommendation, obviously keeping the sign exactly the same size as it currently is, leaving the infrastructure in place that is currently there, doing the bricks around the bottom, but no change in current sign height, just trying to bring it up to date with newer metal around the sign that would be powder coated and put into place exactly as current sign is. Yep.
And just for background, the
Sure.
sign that's there is larger than would be allowed.
Correct.
So if they come back with the new sign, it's going to have to be smaller and comply with the current standards.
Yes, that is correct. So metal recladding such as this, it's not typical within the historic districts. And staff did not want to approve this administratively because we did not feel like it necessarily met the recommendations of the DRC of refacing because this is a full reclad of the sign. So we just wanted to have your feedback because it isn't something that we could approve at the staff level.
Okay, did you, yeah, go for it.
Say it's not refacing, what do you mean by that versus recladding? Because it's the same type of material that's already covering it generally, right? It's not metal?
No, no. Can we get I think there might be a photo of the current sign. There we go.
What, I thought that was metal.
It is.
So the existing sign is a monument-style sign, which is not recommended in the historic districts, with the exception of certain civic and institutional areas where the commission may find it to be appropriate. This sign is larger than the recommendation of the design guidelines and the recommendation of the zoning ordinance, I believe. The design guidelines, where determined to be appropriate, would recommend that monument signs be no more than 12 square feet in size. This was an existing one, it's legally non-conforming. The material is not an aluminum metal. If it is, then that's something that's new to me, and I apologize, but it's definitely not a powder-coated aluminum material. The refacing, as staff understood it, would be to take the existing lettering off and try to reface it using a similar material to what's there. Recladding it in its entirety would be with a powder-coated aluminum does not create a monument-style look that's conducive to others in the area or even representative of the monument-style signage that you would see in the Cool Springs area. So that's part of the reason that we had asked the applicant to consider bringing it here, because we do understand their issue in trying to address the existing sign.
So what I'm just trying to understand staff's position. So if whatever the metal is it your suggestion they just repaint the signage or like the lettering? Because I'm having trouble understanding the difference in the resurfacing versus recladding. I'm not sure how they do that.
So this does appear to be etched, and I do think it would be difficult to reface this sign. Aluminum powder-coated material would not look like this. And I do think it's important for you to understand what that would look like in relation to the existing material. Staff doesn't have the comfort level in making that determination for such a large sign and wanted your feedback on that. But essentially, it may be better if the applicant would like to consider a new sign. They were requested to, if they wanted to keep the same size sign, that they could keep this sign and reface it. But I don't know that this method is the way that best meets the intent of our design guidelines.
So what would staff suggest from a standpoint of refacing to meet? I mean, realizing this is an existing non-conforming use, they have the
Right.
right to keep. So what aside from the selection that was submitted would staff recommend?
Maybe a plate that goes over the lettering that's existing instead of recladding the entire structure. And that's not powder coated, that's not shinier than the material that's currently there, that would allow them to be able to use the existing sign sizing but change the typeface.
Okay.
Is that your suggestion, Ms. Hensley? Okay.
Are there any comments?
I,
Oh, yes, Kathy.
Go ahead, Mary.
okay.
Or go ahead, Lisa.
Lisa, I'm sorry.
The sign itself, how long has it been there? Because to me, the sign reflects sort of part of the history of the church. I know that it's non-conforming to the guidelines as is, but the mass of the sign and the fact that it's been there for such a long time, I think justifies doing what it is you're trying to accomplish by recladding, refacing. Can you show us maybe an actual picture of what the recladding looks like in real life?
That's a sample picture.
Mm-hmm.
Did you bring a piece of the material with you, sir?
We did not. But there should be another picture. There's one that we did that is in Franklin. That's obviously smaller based on that.
Okay.
So that's a powder-coated aluminum sign.
Is that in the historic zone?
Yes.
Is that subject to historic overlay?
Yes, it
Did
is.
staff approve that sign?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
But it's approved based on the sign type that it is, which is a post and arm.
Right, but the material would not have been approved.
No, the material is approved for this sign type. A monument-style sign is not recommended. By the zoning ordinance, a monument-style sign has to be encased in a masonry material.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the distinction. That's helpful.
Kathy, did you?
My concern and is that it appears to be a monument sign, and we're putting a modern clad polycoat metal on it. So I'm having traditional with a modern application. So not quite sure how that would work, but I do like what staff had recommended to just bring the two worlds together. Still reuse the existing, monument sign that's there. It's a tricky one, But also too, if you did consider a whole new thing, did we not mention something about the infrastructure, the foundation? Wasn't that
There was
great the
concern
time
about
before?
it being wobbling, but we would obviously, as we
Dug a little deeper?
remove the panels, we'll make sure that the infrastructure is solid.
Okay. I mean, there is an opportunity for a whole new sign.
But a smaller size.
But,
Yes.
right, but smaller sign, right? That
Um,
would meet the guidelines, yeah.
The other question, one of the reasons we went down the recladding process was because, again, trying to keep the size be exactly the same. Obviously, if we put a face on it, it will become wider slightly, not by a lot, but an eighth, a quarter of an inch, right? So that's part of why we didn't go down that process. Open to that, just trying to stay in the exact, so I didn't know how much leeway there would be in size constraints.
Well, my thought would be, when you say recladding, then I'm thinking of joints everywhere. I'm thinking of slip-covered, and therefore, I would be more inclined to support staff's recommendation to just put a metal face on it instead of recladding everything.
I'm just concerned about how that's going to look.
Mm-hmm.
You've got this, what is that metal? What type of metal?
That
is
metal's
it?
steel.
Okay, so then you've got,
Old and new.
yeah, the old, the new right on top of that old distressed, I don't know.
What is the material currently?
Steel.
Steel,
It is a steel sign.
steel, so,
The plan was, and maybe this wasn't communicated appropriately, but the plan was is essentially every panel would be replaced with the new aluminum, but the panel would be exactly the same size as what was there.
well, if you're doing a new sign, then it doesn't conform, and
They're not, I mean, they're recladding a sign.
I know,
which,
that-
Yeah, is
well, I
not the
mean-
same as doing a new sign, I would think.
well, he said he's going to replace the pieces, so it wouldn't be slip covered, as I had said. I thought I heard that.
To me, it sounds, and we use this term a lot, in-kind replacement. I mean, you're literally, they could go paint that sign, that same color. They could powder coat it the same color in place.
Yeah,
But it's steel. Steel corrodes, aluminum doesn't. I think we could get any color that your little heart desires. Anything you could pick. And to me, it's like, it's a straight up in-kind replacement of the panel. It's just a better material
Yeah.
that's not going to corrode. Steel corrodes, aluminum doesn't.
And
powder
may I
coat
speak
finish.
to that for a second? I think that's a perfect distinction to make. Right now, if they were to slip cover this, it doesn't meet the zoning ordinance requirements for what a monument sign must look like. If they were to put a singular sign face over the existing type on each side, that would be considered a refacing. If they're putting a slip cover of a powder-coated aluminum over the entire thing, it does not meet the zoning ordinance requirements. It's changing the sign enough that it would have to meet zoning ordinance requirements, and
I
it would not.
So if a tornado came and ripped the metal off of it and they had to just put it back the way it was, they just couldn't put it back the way it was?
I mean, I'm not prepared to answer that question right now, but what I am telling you is that our Building and Neighborhood Services Department stated that the application would not meet the zoning ordinance requirements as submitted today for discussion.
Okay.
So I think it would be helpful for us to have whatever the code's definition of resurfacing is. If it really means like putting a panel over existing type, I think it'd be helpful for us all to see that.
Well, we were told that putting a panel over the existing type would be considered appropriate. It happens all the time. But this material is not, it's legally non-conforming, but changing the material by putting the slip cover on it, because this is not aluminum, this is steel. And it has a whole different look than a powder-coated polycarbonate aluminum. It would not be encased in masonry.
Could I ask the applicant?
Sure.
So if the alternative idea proposed by staff, the plate concept, is that something that you're familiar with and something that in your mind can be accomplished?
Sure,
effectively?
it can be accomplished. From a rust and corrosion standpoint, it's not the optimum solution, but it can be accomplished. And I do have a follow-up question.
yeah,
Whatever.
go.
Well, so clearly we're talking about the face and the lettering. and that's fine. I assume that we can also reface the top part as well of the sign?
The gable,
Yes.
kind of the triangle on the top.
I would have to defer to staff on that. Or codes is here, I don't know.
I would recommend that, the DRC provide feedback on the application as submitted. If the application is not something that well, it's not application, but it's an application for discussion. As it's submitted now, if that is not determined to be appropriate in light of our design guidelines, then staff will definitely work in tandem with 12 Points to try to find a solution that meets the intent of the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines, where they can reuse the existing sign mass. I don't want to speak for my colleagues in BNS during this meeting with questions that you may have, because I don't feel that that would be fair to do so without consulting them first.
Well, I think we did hear that if it's completely reclad, that's considered a new sign.
I just want to, I agree that we heard that. I would like to know where that's coming from. Like, what, is that stated in the ordinance as such? Is
You
that?
know, I don't know what, the only thing I know is, having worked with sign sizes so much over the years, that it gets to a point where something's considered a new sign.
Sure.
And then it's not grandfathered in.
Yeah. And
This, right now, could be grandfathered in with a minimum amount of change. And I think that's what was said. Do you,
Yes,
Kelly.
I think you covered it. It's that monument signs have to have a masonry base, and the sign face has to be encompassed by masonry on all sides of it.
Right.
So by recladding the structure of the sign completely with metal, that doesn't bring it into compliance with the zoning ordinance for a masonry base. We're talking about a non-conforming sign. So that's why we're suggesting, if there is subtle changes to this, that it occur on the sign face only, because if the entire sign structure is altered in terms of facing it with a metal, that doesn't meet the zoning ordinance. That's not part of what's non-conforming and allowed to switch out. in
And
other
I
words.
think the Historic Zoning Commission was trying to work with the applicant to do something that, what is it I'm trying to say, that they desired to do, because you brought forward a bigger sign. So
Yeah.
I think that's where we are.
Yeah. And I was just asking for clarity as to what, the defined term, if we're going on resurfacing, where that's coming from, and that was very helpful.
Madam Chair, the question I would have for the applicant is about the current sign. So in your opinion, would you say where it has the columns and the pediment look and the rest of that steel, is it in good shape? I mean, is it deteriorating, rusting, or is it in good shape?
There is rust that's occurring. It's not on the verge of falling down, but obviously it's got 20-plus years on it. So it is showing age for sure. That was part of the process and thought behind putting new material on there.
And if it were repainted? I'm assuming if you put a new face in here, you're going to repaint
Correct.
the sign. I mean, would that give it the refresh that it would still look good as a sign?
I think it would still look good. Do I think it would look as good as the prior ones? No. But do I think it would still look good? Yes. Would look much better than the current look.
Can we see the picture of the proposed sign again?
I think the lettering meets the intent of the guidelines. Is that true, Amanda? Yes. The coloration.
Are those three-dimensional kind of standoff? Is that what's required?
Yeah, those are three-dimensional standoff metal letters. In that picture, they were aluminum, but obviously we would make
What
them
about
out of
the
steel.
logo piece in the middle?
So the logo piece in the middle can be one of two things. Again, looking for a little bit of counsel there. It could either be an HDU, which is high-density urethane, or it could be a layered aluminum. More than likely a layered aluminum.
And I don't know what the rules tell us is good or bad around.
So we do not often have HDU brought forward to us as a component of an aluminum sign. I do think that the aluminum might be better on aluminum than, and HDU, just for reference, is a high-density urethane, as the applicant said. It's a composite material that's meant to be emulative of wood. It could have that wood embossed look or be the smooth face. Staff always requires smooth face in order to be considered administratively approvable, but to put that wood component on top of a metal might not be something that is typical in our downtown area.
Well, what I think I'm hearing, but I'm not sure, what I think I'm hearing is that refacing it with a piece of metal is preferred recommendation by the Historic Zoning Commission. Is that true?
You mean like a plate?
Yeah, plate, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the applicant wanted some clarity on whether the plate proposal could actually encompass the piece.
And
or
I think we've heard from staff, probably not.
Well, I'd like to comment on that. Could the applicant, do you happen to know what that difference in dimension is between the top pediment and then the face? Like, is that an inch, or is that?
You mean just the gap between the two?
Yes, yes.
Oh, no, it's much smaller than an inch. It's probably a quarter of an inch to half.
So I think that you could probably, and I will consult with VNS to make the determination with you, but could do a face that is flush, that is deeper down here, then goes along the inside of the pediment to fit this face on both sides of the sign. That way there's no seam.
Okay.
And it gives it a more smooth appearance. What I believe the church is wanting to do is remove all this, because this information is subject to change at any time, and
sure.
having it embedded into your sign gives you the problem that you might not be able to change, or you're just
Yeah.
advertising incorrect information. So that'll give them a nice clean refresh, but not have the seams, and be able to cover this top part, which I know has been something that the church has wanted to address. The church is really trying hard to have a sign that they feel proud of, and we certainly want to help them with that. I think what we're working through here is the compromise between keeping the existing sign and trying to meet the standards that would allow them to do so, and then whatever triggers would cause them to have a smaller sign. So just working through that process, and I think we've arrived at a solution that can do that based on your discussion today.
Does anyone else have anything?
Just finally, Amanda, could there also be a potential 2 plates, a rectangular one on the bottom and then a plate on the top over that ridge?
I think there could be potential for that. I would defer to that, the expert on sign making.
Yeah.
That I'm sure that the fewer seams they have, the better,
Right.
as far as rust and maintenance.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
perfect. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, and item 3 is discussion of alterations at a porch at 210 Franklin Road, and Howard Schweitzer is the applicant. Hello? Does staff want to say anything before Howard starts? No? Okay.
Well, you probably recognize that house, 210 Franklin Road. We renovated that a few years ago. And, but there's a problem on the front porch slab. It cracked and fell down, sloped down on one side. Now, the piers that support the roof, they're all separate, so they didn't sink. They're doing fine. But, so all we want to do is replace the slab. Now, Randall told me that we needed to have it engineered, and city hired an engineer, and his report's probably going to be out next week. And I hired an engineer, and I've got 3 engineered foundations for this slab. But we don't know what we're going to be able to do until we take the slab out, because you can't really tell what the conditions are until you open it up. So that's kind of where we are. And I want to put the slab back just exactly like it was historically. And and we've got the people to do it, and guess we're looking for approval for that without having to, tear down the whole porch. We're just replacing the slab.
Thank you. Ms. Hensley will cover this one.
Yes, so the guidelines do recommend that porches remain in their locations, which this would do. Again, this is just to replace the porch slab that has been cracking and sinking. The applicant has indicated that the piers would not be harmed or disrupted by replacing the slab, although we would want some information on how they would be protected during this process. Another question that we have is about the grading and to ensure that the foundation and the porch slab would still be seen from the road so that it does look like a raised porch, not just kind of a covered entryway.
Right. Yeah, you should see that piece of foundation underneath. Although it does have a 2-inch reveal, pretty big reveal of that slab overhanging the foundation. So it creates that big shadow there. But yeah, that's the plan. Now, I have to say that they've gone in and put some landscaping in there, so they put some of that compost fill in there, and it hasn't settled down, so it looks like it's, made the house look like it sunk or something, but it was just that landscaping stuff that they put in there. I'm recommending they take it back out.
So what we're looking for, what are you looking for? A recommendation that it be replaced in kind?
So we wanted this to come before the DRC because we did not want to have any lingering questions about whether or not it is in kind. As Ms. Hensley noted, we did have concerns. The applicant is indicating that there is a drainage issue causing the failure, and indicated that there would be some sloping of the topography in order to help get the water off the building. We certainly understand and respect that, but we didn't know to the extent where it would make it, this is already a very low foundation on a porch, and we want it to maintain the semblance of being off the ground and not a slab that is sitting on the ground. Also, we wanted to ensure that the slab width and height are the same as they currently are. So if the commission finds the applicant's answers to those questions to be, to suffice, and we can certainly work with Mr. Schweitzer to do an in-kind replacement, it still would require a building permit, and Mr. Tosh is here and can help answer any questions you may have related to that. But we did not want to forego a conversation about the implications of the topography change.
Does anyone on the commission? Yes.
Mr. Schweitzer,
Yeah.
how old is this house?
Huh,
Do you know?
good question. I'm not really sure, Mary. Do you know
A guess?
how old
Sure.
that thing is? Is it
We checked the
1920s?
property assessor website and it said 1924.
Okay.
That's
20s?
what
Yeah,
I-
that's what I
that
guessed,
sounds
is
So,
about.
the
so
20s.
are you gonna paint the slab again?
Yes, they want to paint it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I was just asking, typically houses of this vintage, the 2-inch reveal is pretty typical because they used real 2x4s to form up that
Mhm,
edge. But
right.
that slab was usually a Vanderbilt mixed concrete, which is a modern term for no crushed limestone. It has
Oh,
Cumberland River dredge sand and pea gravel. And so you get that brown, buff colored concrete and not that Metro Nashville sidewalk concrete. But if you're painting it, I don't
Who
really care.
cares?
yeah, they wanted to paint it again.
Okay.
Any-
Because in her mind, that was historic. I mean, that's the way it was when she bought it, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Any other comments from any of the commissioners?
I have a question.
Yes.
It has to do with that slab. So that's the original one, when they first poured it from 1924? that you
It appears
say?
so, yeah.
And does that, so when they're talking about this, so rather than making the slab flush all the way under grade, you kind of have a little foundation that comes up.
Yeah, it's
and
got a
then
little stem
ledge
wall.
that comes out,
Right.
and you're going to maintain that.
Pardon?
If you replace it, you would put it back like it is currently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan.
And it's just concrete, so the slab is concrete.
Right.
And then that's a concrete slab on top of that. That's what you're saying, like a foundation.
Well, the foundation is CMU, and we're not sure what's going on with it because that slab sunk on one side. So we're trying to figure out, we need to open that up, find out what's going on with the foundation there. But we want to get that CMU foundation back in place, the slab back on top, just like it was originally, just not cracked and sloped
Yeah, oftentimes
off to one
those
side.
didn't have footings at all. It's just block in the dirt, which that's what it does over time.
A lot of them do, and this house had a 6-inch CMU foundation too, which was kind of
Iffy.
freaked me out when I saw that. But
And that's part of the reason we wanted to bring this forward. There is that foundation and it has that exposure, and it wouldn't truly be an in-kind replacement if they were to eliminate that. We wanted to make sure that was the case, and if the commission felt that it needed to be eliminated, that they can make that recommendation. Ms. Hensley also had mentioned the railing. That railing's proposed to go back, and that's certainly fine, but this could be an opportunity to remove that railing, as it does not appear to be historic to the building, and it's certainly not of a design that would have been required for any sort of safety consideration, and it doesn't really mesh with the craftsman style. So if they have to remove that in order to salvage or replace the concrete, staff would not be opposed to it being left off.
I don't think the owner would be either, if you would tell her that. Will you be writing up a report about this little thing or
Well, that
don't?
depends on what the discussion is
Oh,
today,
okay.
what the recommendation is from the DRC, if this needs to go back to historic zoning for a formal review, or if this is something you feel that meets the in-kind intent, that it could go to staff, and then we can work with the owner and the applicant.
And I do echo some of the concerns about this foundation being shown. It's a tough balance of, you need water to drain away. So
Yeah.
if there's a possibility of leaving grade kind of as close as possible to as is, and maybe even doing French drain or something else that is subterranean,
Yeah.
that's beneficial, I think. But, I don't know at what point a homeowner can go, well, I just bought mulch and I need a permit for that and I piled it up. It's, so, and you're so close here. I mean, that doesn't look like maybe a block out of the ground there.
Yeah, right. It's real close.
It's a fine balance.
And,
That
you were
that
to
would be
grade
my
it,
concern,
what was
if
the
the
level?
grading ends up coming up almost level with the concrete floor.
Yeah.
It is going to change the look.
We're going to pull that back.
Okay.
Because, they put that mulch in there, I'm going to tell them that, that's a problem. But also, the city's involved in this.
Okay.
They've got their engineers out there. And one of the problems was, they screwed up and flooded the site and turned the whole thing to mud. And that's why they had some settling going on inside, cracked some of the plaster and stuff. But I hope what they're doing is redesigning that grading out front so that we've got a swale out front so that we can drain water away from the house on the front there. I think that's one of our problems, and it looks like that's what they're doing, from what I could tell, looking
Well,
at the grading.
Is there any other thought? Is the commission comfortable with this being a staff approval and that it is in kind? I would
Yes.
concur. I think
I am.
Absolutely.
Kathy,
Yeah, but in-kind might not be the right way because of its significant grading. There could be
Right.
other issues.
that it would be as similar as possible.
And Madam Chair, just for suggestion, and to get the opinion of staff as well, because I'm all right with this being staff approved. But rather than going back with full CMU, the way it was done originally, could it not be possible to have a real concrete foundation and then put a veneer next to that, that actually has an offset like the porch originally has, and then do a CMU veneer around the edge to create the same look that you've got and have a better foundation?
Well, that was one of the foundation designs that we had, which was kind of over the top, I think. But because I think the foundation is okay. We're not sure why the slab did that weird thing where it cracked, and I don't know. We'll have to just open it up and see. But I have a feeling we'll probably want to just put back the CMU and maybe fix that footing if it's broken, or I'm not sure what happened to it. But it appears that the CMU is still straight. That's why I don't understand. Why is the slab sloping off of that one side?
Well, when you demolish, you'll get
It's
into.
weird. We'll have to open it
Go
up to
figure
find
it
out.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that seems to be the consensus, that it come to staff.
Okay, so staff will work with the applicant with the expectation that the conditions mirror as much as possible and that the grading be something that we're shown so that we can see that it does mirror as much as possible given the character needs, but also the applicant's needs to drain water away. Victoria, do you have anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that means we won't need to come to the Historic
That's
Zoning
right.
Commission meeting, right? With this
We'll
little
miss
thing.
you.
You can attend.
I know. Miss you too.
Okay, and number 4 is discussion of alteration, siding, partial demolition, and addition to the principal and demolition of an accessory structure and new construction of an accessory structure at 215 Lewisburg Avenue. Matt Smith is the applicant.
Hello.
Hey,
So I'll
Matt.
just give a brief background and then turn it over to Matt.
I have some copies of the plans.
I'm sure they would love that.
Mm-hmm.
So much easier to see than the projection. But Mr. Smith came before the DRC at the last meeting to talk about the proposal. The DRC gave the recommendation that there are a few different numbers floating around for the existing square footage versus the proposed square footage, and asked for
Great.
clarification
Thanks,
on that.
Love
The
it.
commission also asked that the applicant work on the building form so it was less integral to the existing form, and sized to be as close to the design guidelines as possible, because that is the recommendation of staff. So I will turn it over to Mr. Smith now, and I'm happy to flip through any of these slides as you'd like me to.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda, and thank you for helping me with this again. The existing home is circa 1940s, 1.5-story Cape Cod style cottage with some later additions and a detached carport. It sits on about 0.6 acres at 215 Lewisburg Avenue. And the house is currently clad in vinyl siding. And to summarize what we'd like to do, we'd like to remove the existing rear porch addition and the existing detached carport. Remove the vinyl cladding, and then we'd repair, replace, and restore the existing wood siding. We haven't determined the condition of that wood siding yet. And then we'd be adding a new rear addition to the rear of the house. Also, a new 3-car garage with living and studio space above, located towards the rear of the property. And the existing driveway will remain, but will be extended further back to connect to the new garage. And I'd like to point out that that driveway is closer to the side property line than 5 feet. So my assumption is, and because of the location of the house, it's unable to shift over. So we are counting on just keeping that driveway as is and not trying to change its location, but we'll be extending it further back. And based on the feedback from the last DRC meeting, we've done the following. After talking with Amanda, we relooked at the plan and we reduced the size of the footprint of the new addition. And this brings the roof area ratio to just below 60%, something like 59.5%. And we looked at the massing of the addition and we reduced it so it's more complementary in terms of its scale to the existing home. It's less visible from the angled views. Of course, it's not visible from the front view. And it's especially less visible on the driveway side. The size of the new second floor area has been reduced, whereas before a large portion of the new second floor area was over the new addition. Almost all of the new second floor area is over the existing portion of the home, being accomplished by way of a shed roof, which for this type of home is a traditional and typical way of expanding space. And it was challenging to redesign the second floor because of the scale of the second floor space. For instance, the front dormer windows, their head height is just 6 feet. Low ceilings and clipped ceilings. But we were able to accomplish the program of keeping the 2 bedrooms up there and the bathroom. The garage, we redesigned the garage so that its massing and character complements the original home. And it's been moved to the rear of the property, so it's about 140 feet behind the main house now. So this pretty much ensures that it will be either invisible or barely visible from the street, especially as the street is several feet lower than the house site. The mass of the garage is broken up and no garage doors face the street. So what we've tried to do is bring the design up to to bring the home up to the current living standards of how people live today, but at the same time trying to respect the integrity of the existing structure. Because of the size of the lot, at 0.6 acres, the low LSA of 28%, we feel that the 59% roof area is, in my opinion, works with the site because of the size of the site. And that's all I have to say right now.
Okay. Did you?
Well, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And I want to commend Matt. Matt's worked really hard with staff and to get this in a position that better met the recommendations of both staff and the DRC. I do have just a few comments I'd like to share. First and foremost, the size of the footprint, it does exceed the recommendations of the design guidelines. And Mr. Smith knows that that's not something that staff can support. At 59%, this is exceeding the recommendation of 50%. And the 50% is based on what is to remain, not what is proposed, what is existing, because there is a portion proposed to be removed. Mr. Smith did have a form previously, and I just kind of want to walk through this a little bit. The first rendition had 2 gables facing toward the rear. And then a form connecting them in between. And staff had recommended that's too complex and to try to get that more simple and in line with a Cape Cod style. He did do a single gable. Before that, the form was still a little too integrated into the existing house. Combined with the overage in size, it felt a little massive on the form. So staff did actually recommend that the applicant consider the form you see today. Staff did ask that the applicant consider a dormer component to get some of that upper story space that's desired on the rear, but asked that it be a foot off the wall, as would be recommended by our design guidelines. Having it kind of land on a lower level is not typical, but the form generally is in keeping with the recommendation of staff. So if this wall was to be pushed a foot back off of this wall, then it would meet that intent. It does die a little lower. It is a larger wall, but we don't recommend wall dormers. We would want a roof dormer here. Having the single-story component on the back was a recommendation of staff as well, and I know that Matt worked really hard to get it to this point. So we do feel like this is a much better addition for this home than the previous rendition, and I thank you very much for working on that. But with that one recommendation and the size overage, staff would not be able to support this as you see here, although there is a lot of improvement moving forward on it. As for the garage, staff did have some concerns about the massing of the garage, competing with that of the house. So the applicant did turn that massing. And while I do think that can be appropriate here, I do think it creates a condition where this would be the front elevation. If there's a view shed analysis that shows you really wouldn't see this from the street, I think that could be okay. But we do not want to give the inclination that there's a house behind a house. And so anything that can be done to try to temper this so it felt more subordinate from the facades that you do see from the street would be ideal. Whether this is framed out to look like a garage door or something that was a little less imposing because this is a 1.5-story scale and the house is a 1.5-story scale. And if all you're seeing is the scale from the street, it could give the inclination that it is another single-family structure. But all that said, it has come a very far way, and with those changes, we do think we could support it. Thank you.
And if I could just respond to a couple of those items. I really wanted that, on the second floor, I really wanted that wall not to hang over, as you noted. It would bring the depth of the bedrooms to less than 10 feet, which is something that I really try to avoid. I wanted to try to keep those bedrooms functional. And would you mind going to the 3D view so that we can see what that looks like three-dimensionally? I believe it's after the elevations. I think it's after that. And that second image there, the one on the right, shows what that looks like. You can see that dormer, the shed dormer at the rear, right there. So that's what it looks like three-dimensionally. And then regarding the garage, I also had that question as I drew that because it does look like a little house. It looks like a little mini cottage. And that's something I could easily do. I could make that look more like an accessory structure. Put a carriage door, whether it's a real door or a false door, and make it look less like a house. I thought the important thing back there was to keep the scale down and to break up that mass. And if you go to the very last image, Amanda, it shows a view. This is the two views from the street of the house and the same view in the computer model. And the first image, it's clear that you cannot see the garage at all. The second image, as you're close to the house, going up the driveway, in the computer image, you just see a small corner of that garage, and that's because it's pushed so far back from the house. It's about 140 feet back from the house.
Matt, how much shorter? I can't find it.
Oh, it's about 2 feet. The ridge is shorter.
2 feet, the cottage, or
And that's
the
because-
garage?
yes. Mhm.
Okay.
And we're going to verify that. We haven't done spot elevations yet, but we feel that
I
that's
think the
close.
site offers some forgiveness, but it still needs to be physically shorter.
And Matt, just to clarify, is it 2 feet shorter if it's on even grade, like height, apples to apples, height to height, or is it 2 feet shorter because of the topography?
It's 2 feet shorter because of the topography.
Oh,
So that, I think that's what Ms. Pierce's point is. Is it physically shorter than the house?
It's, let me refer to that one moment.
The zoning requirement,
Actually,
zoning
can you
ordinance
please
doesn't-
go back up one page, and I think
Sure.
it shows the,
To finish my thought, the zoning ordinance does,
or another page.
does not take into account topography when it determines the subordinates of height.
That's what, yeah.
And I think one more page back, I'm sorry. I guess before the perspectives.
So this shows the height of the house, or the garage, excuse me, at, so it looks like it's 1 foot 10 inches shorter. Is that from
And that's.
even grade?
That's from grade. One site characteristic which would
I
help-
don't think I follow. Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, sure. Mhm.
So this shows the garage at 20 feet 9 inches, and this shows the house at 20 feet 7 inches. So it's shorter because of grade and not just.
Because of grade, yes.
Okay, so the zoning ordinance would require it to be technically shorter regardless of grade.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch that before. I think I misread it when I looked at it.
Okay.
Is there any comments from any of the commissioners?
I'll just say, I think you did a really nice job taking the feedback, and I appreciate that. It's a completely different feel in my book, and I think, yeah, I think that's so much better and more in keeping with the guidelines, even though you're over the percentage. And what jumped out to me as I looked at the plans is it does look like a little mini cottage, even though there's not a door on the front of that garage, and that does just jump out to me. I think that would look better if it were tweaked a little bit, not to look like a pork chop lot back there.
And would you be fine if it were a fake door, garage door, like a carriage, old-fashioned carriage door, or would it need to be a real garage door? Because I would prefer to keep the side loaded, just because the way it works out. If y'all don't mind
I
that.
think there were wood garage doors on this period of building, construction. So to me, if it were framed out and looked like a wood, there's a garage on Fair Street. This era, maybe a little bit earlier, but not much.
Yeah, yeah, there it is. I think I
So
know
there's
where
a
you're talking
garage on Fair Street that has that old-fashioned carriage door.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, my brain's going, so if you go down Church Street, and you turn left, I think it's the first house on the left.
Okay, okay.
It's somewhere near there, Matt, but you'll see it.
First house on the left.
We'll look and we'll try to help with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt, I'm curious, what are the dimensions of the lot? So how far does it go back, and what is the street frontage?
I don't have the dimensions of the lot, unfortunately. It is, if I'm going to make a quick estimate, it's in the neighborhood of 60 feet wide. And the lot depth would be in the neighborhood of something like 280 feet deep.
I would concur. It's a really deep, narrow lot,
Yes.
really deep.
It
So
does
that
say
he's
that
not getting close to the coverage.
Yes, 0.6 acres is what it
Yeah.
says.
0.6
So-
acres.
So let's go back. So you say that if you're on Lewisburg Avenue and you're looking down that long drive, that all you can see of the building in the back, the garage, is the corner?
Yes, according to that view, and you can just see the corner, there's heavy landscaping between the two homes. So if you go further down the street and look obliquely, you just see the landscaping and you don't see anything. So the best view that you have is the driveway. When you're at the street, you cannot see the garage at all. You have to go a good ways up the driveway before you start seeing the garage.
And one thing I want to mention as we're talking about the garage, and I had mentioned this to the applicant previously, this needs to be designed to meet the accessory structures requirements of the zoning ordinance, which means it can be no more than 50% of the footprint of the house. Or is it the square footage of the house? Footprint of the house. And I don't think it meets that as we're looking at it. I think that what I'm looking at on the screen would indicate that the footprint of the house is proposed to be 2,289, which would be, half of that would be 1,145, give or take. So this does seem to exceed. So there are some concerns about the size, if it's going to meet accessory structure and have the living space above. If they were to eliminate the living space above, that's not necessary. But if the living space is proposed, the height needs to be lowered and the square footage would need to be lowered to compensate.
I may have misinterpreted that. It was my understanding that it was the footprint of the accessory structure to be less than 50% of the footprint of the principal.
I'm going to pull up the zoning ordinance really quick just so I don't misspeak. I have it on use regulations already. Look at that. Okay.
Nice.
So accessory dwellings, maximum one per lot, and it's a footprint. It's the footprint. And so that means that the footprint of the house as proposed is,
I have 1980.
That's what I have too.
okay, I did add the upper floor by accident, so it's 1240 plus 740. So that's 1980, you said?
And
So-
I'm slightly over, it shouldn't have been slightly over, and I can easily bring that from 1,000 to 980 or.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that'll,
whatever that
that'll
would be.
work. I just wanted to bring that forward. And I did accidentally add in that 300 from the upper floor. So that's why we're all talking about it, to make sure we check each other's math.
Yep.
But I do think that he could bring that into compliance, but it would also need to be shortened too. And I think that's something we need to talk about as DRC today, what you feel would be your comfort level and how much it needs to be shortened. Because right now it appears to be taller by
An inch.
2 inches.
2 inches. So it could be lowered to be 2 inches to be the same, but that would meet the ordinance. What we typically do is we try to get it about a foot lower. There is some topo that would allow for some, perception of it being lower the further it gets back on the property. But even if it were on an even, grade, it needs to be lower than. So at least 3 inches to be technically shorter.
Do any of the commissioners have a comment?
I sort of am struggling with the mass of it overall, and I think what's bugging
Of
me,
the garage?
yeah, what's bugging me about it is all the space above the garage doors. So is there like a knee wall condition, or do you have a
Yes, there is.
12-foot ceiling in the garage? Or
There's a knee wall condition, and then there's a living space above.
yeah,
And I tried to minimize that in order to, keep
the space.
that
yeah.
space from getting too tall and awkward.
And we talk about the subservient nature of the outbuildings, and when an eave is that high off the ground in comparison to the house, which the eave is, feet lower, it can create a kind of bizarre relationship between these eaves. And I understand you're trying to get as much maximized kind of headroom up there because that's what makes it usable, but it's quite high, and I don't know, and then you get in the discussion of, well, can we elongate some of these eaves to kind of bring them closer, but is that out of keeping with the original house too, because it has kind of tight Cape Cod box eaves? And
I didn't want anything to
Yeah.
compete with the house
Yeah.
visually, so I wanted to keep it real simple.
But it's that height is sort of off-putting to me.
Amanda, would you mind going to a perspective view of the garage? I believe it's after that. So the first image on the left is as you approach the garage, coming down to the driveway, you're almost at the garage. So you see what that looks like, three-dimensionally. In my mind, if it were any higher, it would look awkward. It doesn't quite look awkward now. And then also, in my mind, a mitigating factor is its distance from the home, at about 140 feet from the rear wall of the home to that wall of the garage. So it'd be hard to apprehend both of those structures in one view. But interested in your feedback and if you think that's a major consideration.
And Matt, I don't think I quite understood what you said. If what was any higher, it would look awkward.
The knee wall, if
Okay.
that garage were any higher, you'd have that's space between the garage door and that small window above it.
Yes, I understand what you're
Or
saying now.
from the top of the window to the eave.
So I think what Mr. LaMarinelle is suggesting is the ceiling height able to be lowered on the lower floor of the garage.
Currently, it's at 9 feet, which is as low as I'm comfortable with.
Okay.
It is possible to get a 7-foot garage door and have an 8-foot ceiling. It's unusual, but it is possible.
So are the
I would
ceiling
prefer
heights in
not
the
to.
existing home 8 feet?
In the existing home, 8 feet, and
Okay.
then the second floor is about 7 feet.
Okay.
I feel that it is a cottage home, and that's the character of it, and so to get that ceiling height down, even though it may be a little trouble to get the garage doors, I would support getting it down.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it solves a couple issues for you because
Mass.
your over height, you take a foot out of the overall height of the building, you lose it in the garage, and you get to keep all
keep
the
it
usable
upstairs,
space
yeah.
you planned on upstairs. And I think you need, with a double track garage, it's like 9.5 inches. So you can do it in like a 7 foot, 9.5. It's not fun. I've done it at my house, but it works. But I really think that eave height off the ground in comparison to the house is an important factor.
Okay. I
And
could do
then,
that.
does anybody want to speak to Amanda's second concern, which was the addition on the main house? You were saying that you wish it came in more, is that?
So staff's recommendation would be that this dormer land on the 1 foot behind the existing wall to be a dormer. Right now, it's a cantilever condition. And then that the size of the overall addition is larger than the guidelines recommend.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much.
I'll say something before
Go
you.
ahead.
All right. The cantilever, I understand, because you had mentioned you were trying to keep the bedrooms at 10 feet at a minimum. But the 59%, is there any way on the first floor that you could shrink that a little bit to get us closer to the 50%?
I think I got a few more gray hairs in getting it down to its,
It's a hard task, yeah.
but a little more.
I don't know how much that equates square footage wise to,
It'd be, I don't think it would get close to 50%. I might be able to shave off a couple points. Honestly, I'm not sure if, maybe someone better than I could get it less than 55, but I don't know if I could do that feat within the program that the owners wanted.
Here's a question that ties that, and this is really for Ms. Rose. I know I've asked this before on an accessory structure, so I'm not trying to quiz you on the code, but it does look like a portion of the addition is going into the setback. And is that a problem? If you're looking at page 6.
On the digital submittal, I didn't notice that.
Okay.
And the site plan that you have now, it is
Oh, it is?
respecting the
Okay.
setback. And that is, I'm going to have to make that adjustment in that master bathroom, and that is going to bring the footprint size down
Okay.
a little
I
bit.
just thought if that was gonna be a problem, that'd get you a little bit more,
Yeah.
But, yeah.
whether we liked it or
Yeah.
not,
But-
yeah.
And that's a good point. I was going to speak with Matt about that, as well as the driveway. So to his point, he's trying to keep the existing driveway, but as it's extended, it does need to meet the municipal code requirements. Or I believe now they're actually housed in the zoning ordinance, but each driveway would need to be 5 feet off. He's showing it at 7, which would be fine, but it could be 5.
Okay.
Is there any other comments from anyone?
Yeah,
Okay.
in terms of the dormer up top, at the corner that's kind of cantilevered out, I'm curious if there's a way to address the corner of the dormer in a way that it looks like the first foot or two is inside the existing roof, like Amanda was mentioning,
Kick it back.
and then bump back out to the cantilever, and it's like, I know that seems silly, you'd lose a nightstand, but I think in terms of what people can see, and we talk about the reversibility. I don't know if anybody's ever going to take things back. We've gone too far, but you know, the guidelines from Department of Interior talk about those type of things, and I think at that point you've kind of established a corner that would have been a historic formed dormer, and then we bumped off the dormer in a way that maybe isn't a historic form that we're used to seeing. So I might be willing to, because I understand, I mean, to take that 2 feet back turns into an 8-foot bedroom, and that's not that, it's just not usable at that
And
point.
I think that's a great suggestion because so much of that form extends from the center of that form. So if it were to do that on both sides, I do think I would be comfortable with that. But it would need to be on both sides of the house where that dormer lands. Or maybe this side is yeah, it needs to pull in
Could I
more.
maybe show you a study of what it would look like, one side versus both sides? To see
You
what
could,
that
I
would
mean,
look like?
I'm bound by the guidelines, so I think on this side, it's a little more flexible, this left elevation, because it's not landing, you don't have a wall where it's landing.
Right.
But on the right side, it's very clearly cantilevering.
Plan-wise, there couldn't be a nightstand on the right,
That's right.
on the left side of the bed, and that'd be a hardship. I wouldn't ask anybody. Just kidding. So I think, yeah, one nightstand, I think
You could
would be
move the
fine.
bed to the window wall.
Spread the windows apart.
Yeah.
Keep both your nightstands.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We could do that. So I think that'd be,
It's an idea, yeah.
I think clipping that corner, I think could work plan-wise.
And I do think that's the most awkward look on
Yeah.
that side, but.
I see
the-
why you did it, yeah.
I see why, I mean, I drive around and look at these houses because there's so many in Nashville, and they just have the most wonky additions.
Yes.
Even though
I
you
agree.
won't see it from the street, but I mean, I think it does pay homage to the house.
Yes.
And the forum is incredibly improved. I do want to thank Matt again for working really hard with staff to get it to the point where we're having this conversation. So I know that it doesn't seem, it's not minor to him because it's a lot, having to work through that, but I do think if we were to address it on that one side, to Mr. Marinel's point, it would meet the intent of the guidelines as you view it as a pedestrian standing.
And
beside the house.
I do think Matt and the homeowners have been very responsive to the comments that were made at the last meeting. And I just want to go A++ if we're getting rid of aluminum siding.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed,
Thank you.
indeed. Because, it's a simple form, and so those small things really make a big impact, and right now, it's just obscuring
Well done.
the
Okay.
Yeah.
the
Are there-
character so much.
Is there any more comments? Or we're ready to move on?
Matt, I hope you submit this week. I think you're ready.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the drawings.
I lived in that house. not that particular one, but that exact style.
It's
I
such a
think
common
so
type.
many people my age did
Was
after
it-
World War II. They were built like,
Everywhere.
and then my father did the wonky upstairs. His wasn't too bad, it wasn't too bad. And put knotty pine everywhere.
Ooh, that's funny.
Okay. We are ready now for, let's see. We're going to Third Avenue South. Discussion of partial demolition and addition of the principal structure, alterations of roofline siding, relocation of accessory, and new construction accessory at 324 Third Avenue South. Brandon Hutchison.
Hi there.
Thank you, Brandon.
Should they go first?
Do you want to say anything first?
Yeah, we'll give a little background.
Yeah, so this item came before DRC at the November meeting, and the applicant and the applicant's architect has been working with staff since then to address comments, and this is their latest iteration, hoping to go before historic zoning. So we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, we appreciate the staff's patience with us, so. So, when we were here before, we proposed demolishing a majority of the primary structure of the home. And so after feedback, we are going to keep the majority of the existing structure and then renovate. We're gonna keep the existing, let me see my notes here. We don't wanna make any changes to the front elevation, the front roof line, no changes to the right elevation either. The left elevation is going to be slightly changed, and then the rear elevation is going to be changed. So nothing visible from the road, no changes to the roof line, no changes to anything, that hopefully is going to affect the historic preservation there. The second thing we looked at was we were doing an addition onto the primary home. And so we made some adjustments there, and we got some more specific measurements because last time we didn't have exactly, the right square footage as far as to keep it within the guidelines. I believe it was 50%. And so we've adjusted that, and we've got some measurements here on our plans that we submitted over. Let's see here. The next one is going to be, we discussed removal of there was a small garage accessory unit that was there, and we were going to remove it. But after, getting recommendations from staff, we are looking at relocating that onto the property just from an aesthetic point of view because the driveway is not really functional with where that building is at now. And then finally, we had a detached garage accessory that we had directly on the back right of the property, but now we've moved to the back left of the property, so it won't be visible from the street. We're going to have a similar elevation design and same roof line as the front elevation of the house, even though it's not going to be visible from the street. And we have fallen lower than the required guidelines, I believe, now with the changes of the square footage and of the footprint, I guess, of the primary structure and then the accessory structure. I think that's all.
And before Victoria jumps in, I do want to thank the applicant and Ms. Lori with the applicant they've worked really, really hard with staff to learn more about the guidelines. This purchase was made without the understanding that it's in the historic district. So Brandon's been very patient with us, and the architect and Ms. Lori have worked really hard to try to meet the overall intent of the guidelines. Victoria's going to cover some of these things, but I did want to go ahead and thank you for your work.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so I think one of the best ways to get started with this one is to actually go into the photos so we can kind of remind everybody what's historic, what's not historic. Amanda, I think it's picture 6, maybe?
I love this view.
I know. That's great. Somebody had a drone.
Yes, okay, so the pieces that are highlighted here are what the applicant is proposing to remove from the structure. So on that left rear, you have a later addition that we, at the last DRC, kind of discussed as not being historic to the building or to the house. And then that kind of screened-in porch area as well is proposed to be removed. If we go down a couple more photos here, so So this is the outbuilding, and what's highlighted is a later shed roof addition to the outbuilding that the applicant is proposing to remove, and then this outbuilding will be relocated kind of directly back to closer to the property line, the rear property line, from where it is at now. So that's just kind of a reminder of what's historic,
Thank
what's
you.
not. And then getting into the plans. Okay. Yes, I do too. So numbers-wise, the applicant is correct, where our numbers are much closer to the guidelines now. So the existing house footprint is 2,792 square feet, and they're proposing to demo about 367 square feet, and then they will be adding 1,114 square feet. So the addition to what would be remaining on the existing house will be 45%. The guidelines do recommend that additions be no more than 50% of the historic house, so they are meeting that guideline. As the applicant also stated, the front elevation is to remain the same. They are going to remove that later addition from the left rear.
Right rear.
Right rear, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that piece there. And the guidelines would support the removal of non-historic additions. They want to keep that historic addition, but raise the roof line about 24 inches while still remaining.
Now, this is the historic addition she's talking about.
Yes. So keeping that now and raising the roof line about 24 inches, but still remaining below the front ridge line. And then they would add a back entry as well. This change is on a rear elevation that cannot be seen from the street. So the change in the roof line could be supported by the guidelines. And then they are also proposing to remove the screened-in porch, which you can see there. And then have an addition on the right, or on that side as well, that would be stepped in 30 inches from the existing, and the ridge of the addition would again stay below that front ridge line. The guidelines do recommend that additions be inset to distinguish them from the historic house, so this plan is following that. But I don't believe it's indicated on the plan how much shorter the addition ridgeline would be, but again, noting that it would be shorter. There's also a new covered porch on the rear elevation as well, and that roof line does intersect with the historic, or the roof of the historic addition. Staff would recommend that they could potentially cut the porch short so that the roof is not intersecting or wrapping around the historic addition. And then the applicant has also indicated that they would like to remove the vinyl siding to replace it with wood. The guidelines would recommend that if there is wood underneath that vinyl, that it would be preserved and maintained. But it sounds like that's something that y'all
That's
would,
our plan,
that
yeah.
would, you would want to
Absolutely.
do. Now, for the historic outbuilding located on the property, again, the applicant is proposing to remove a non-historic addition, and that's approximately 123 square feet. The applicant is proposing to relocate the outbuilding further back, but where it would still be visible from the street. The guidelines would not recommend relocating a historic outbuilding. However, the applicant has worked with staff and I believe has a letter from a structural engineer to propose relocation rather than demolition of the outbuilding.
And if I could add, we as staff did recommend to the applicant that the building be preserved and maintained in place, noting that relocation may be more palatable to the commission than demolition outright. So the applicant did try to work to see if relocation could be accommodated. We did recommend that they look at that from a structural standpoint to see if the building could be picked up and moved if the commission did make the decision to allow that. But certainly the last thing we want to do is to allow for the building to be picked up and then it fall apart as it's being moved, because that can happen. So I believe Mr. Hutchison has been working toward that. But the understanding has always been that, outbuildings should remain in place as they were historically, and they should not be demolished, with the exception of any non-historic elements, of course.
And with the partial demolition of that non-historic addition on the outbuilding, it would bring the outbuilding to 185 square feet, which would make it classified as a minor accessory structure. Because the applicant is also proposing a new accessory structure with a 2-bay garage, and it's 1 story. The new accessory structure is proposed to be 1,400 square feet, and the guidelines recommend that accessory structures be subordinate in massing and scale to the principal structures that they serve. The new accessory structure is approximately 39.5% of the footprint of the principal structure, but that is with the proposed demos and additions. So it is not exceeding that 50% mark. And the applicant has also indicated that the ridgeline of the accessory structure would not exceed that of the principal. The applicant is proposing to use a whitewood siding to match the principal structure, and the guidelines do recommend that materials be similar to that of the principal building that they are supporting. Just as a note, the applicant would need to ensure that the accessory structure follows the zoning ordinance for accessory dwelling units as well. I think that's actually all I have.
So to recap, Ms. Hensley did an excellent job, but the staff would be recommending that the addition be altered slightly so it's less integrated to the historic form. Right now it wraps, and we do feel like, given that it is a porch, there might be an opportunity to extend that porch more out into the yard and not wrap it so much around the historic part so it hides that corner. And then we would also recommend against the demolition or relocation of this, well, the relocation of the structure. We would support demolition of the partial portion, which in fact would allow them to keep it and be able to use it in addition to a functional garage.
Amanda,
Thank
what
you.
about the height of the garage?
So this is a one-story.
Of the accessory structure.
So this is a one-story structure. So 1 story to 1 story is obviously something that we're going to run across. I don't know those numbers off the top of my head, but Ms. Hensley can confirm, or the applicant can confirm. We would be looking for a garage that is shorter than
Yeah, that's what I
the existing
It
structure,
will be,
but we
yes.
wouldn't expect it to be a majority shorter because it
Right.
is a 1 story to 1
Yeah.
story.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any commissioners that wish to speak to this project? Other than to say, I would say, oh my goodness. This has really come a long way to conform with the guidelines.
I do have a few questions, Madam Chair. And one has to do on raising the roof on the L part of the house. What's the purpose for that?
So right now, there's not a sufficient slope, and so you've got a lot, and also the ceilings are much lower than today's ceiling heights inside of that last addition, or that addition over there. So the bigger purpose is for the slope of the roof. Now, it will be still subordinate to the front roof line of the house.
What is that slope, do you know?
I don't know that right off. I can get someone to get that for us, though.
You think it's more than 312?
It's very flat on one of the sides is the issue, and so then it's not enough, it's not enough pitch there for the water to drain.
Does it basically like that and then make a shed roof? Is that what you're talking about? That shed on the backside?
Yeah, and there's even on the side that's visible from the road, it's still not nearly, it doesn't appear to be nearly enough. And like I said, we've got substantial wood rot there anyway, and then the ceilings being too low inside, we thought, as long as it's still subordinate to the primary roof, that's the big reason.
Do you know the height of your ceilings? in that area?
They're about 7.5 feet, so, whereas the rest of the house is 10 feet in the front and then 10 to 8, depending on the rooms.
And my next question relates to your drive. So currently, can you drive a vehicle between the house and the outbuilding?
You can, but you could not get like a trailer around through there, or you could not get, like, if you had a very large SUV, it would be very difficult because of where it's at, because there's a very large tree that's been there for, I don't know, a long time, and then the building, and so it's very, not today's size cars, right?
Is that where currently the parking is, though, in the rear? You drive through?
Yes, sir, So it's kind of, the previous owners kind of used the backyard, just sort of anywhere around there.
And just parked anywhere, is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
But they were able to get their vehicles between the two?
But to maintain a driveway around it, like I say, that's the difficult part, right? Because you'd lose so much of the yard if you kept it that way.
Are you planning to take the tree out to do this reconfiguration, or will it stay?
I don't think so, no. No, I don't think we're planning on taking the tree
Okay,
out.
gotcha.
So the side that you enter to the driveway back, is that the existing side?
That is the existing side, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, we asked the committee there as far as about, if we move the drive to the other side, but obviously that, creates other issues as well, right, with the other house on the other side. So it'd just be nice to have an unimpeded driveway to go back and get to your parking area, or to
Yeah.
have room to turn around.
That would be nice. You wouldn't have to move the other little garage, but
Yeah.
What's kind of interesting about this lot? So this was outside the original town plan of Franklin that Abram Murray did. And so it got developed a little later as, made into town lots. And someone right on the north side of your lot, going west, put an alley. And so that alley ran from 3rd to 4th. And right on that alley, at the very back where you're proposing to move the outbuilding, was a larger outbuilding. And where your outbuilding is currently was right on that alley. And from what I can tell from the Sanborn maps, it was there in 1913. So which tells me that building has been in that location for over 100 years. So it's a historic outbuilding. I kind of take the guidelines pretty seriously when it says not to move historic outbuildings from their current location. So that's, for me, that's going to be something that I have to take very seriously. Sure.
I was going to ask you if you know, Brian, anything about that addition with the low ceilings.
The one at the back, it forms the L. Well, often, that's how they built it. And then on that left side he's talking about would have had the shed roof. And that's just typically how many of those were built, and sometimes made into a porch
That's,
on that shed roof side.
that's what I was wondering.
Closed later. But did it show up on the 1914 Sanborns?
That
Do you
shed
recall?
roof?
Yeah.
Yes.
That L.
That
Yes,
L.
that L does show up. So the basic footprint that you see from the front is still what was there. The house was built between 1859 and 1878, somewhere in that period. Man whose last name was Hardy. But that, if you're looking directly at the house, to the left, there is a side addition. And I don't know when that was put on, but it's not shown on the Sanborn maps. So it was after 1950s.
And after the L.
And after the L, that's right. So what you're seeing with the porch, I say what that is, a patio,
Yeah, the enclosed porch. Now.
and part of that lower ridge line that you're going to see now on the right, that was added sometime after the 1950s.
so it's still significant.
But the part that you're seeing with the lower shed roof, that's part of the original structure. That's
So-
the original L.
So when staff worked with the applicant on this, we did advise them, we do not recommend removing this side elevation addition. And I don't believe the applicant wants to do that by
No, no.
any means. Because we do feel it's significant enough to the existing form, we went ahead and counted that as part of the historic form. if it was built before 72, it's considered potentially historic, and I feel confident in suggesting that it probably was.
Best estimate was somewhere in the 40s is what our contractor said.
I may be speaking about something I don't know enough about, but I'm wondering if on that L, if you switch to a metal roofing, and keep the form like it is, if that would alleviate the problem. I don't know. I'm a roofer. I personally think this is a historic home that has been so overlooked because the siding has been particularly devastating to this little house, to me.
I would also say to that, so curb appeal's everything. And the way they changed the windows on the front of this
Front of the house,
really took away its curb appeal.
It did.
And if it had windows that were more like on the side, the 1/1, it would really change the curb appeal of that structure.
Yeah, it is just hiding, wanting to come out.
But I really couldn't support the roof line change simply because it's highly visible from the street when you walk on that sidewalk. And it's part of the character of that historic house.
So we're not proposing changing it, just raising it just slightly.
Well, it does change its pitch, and it changes.
The pitch on the side that's visible from the road is not, according to our architect, is not really going to change even noticeably visibly. It's just going to be enough there, but really the benefit's going to come on the other side.
I would suggest you get some documentation on that pitch change.
Okay, sure.
Because I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
And I can tell you on the outbuilding, so to relocate that all the way back into the northwest corner seems a little drastic of the move. If an applicant said, we need to move something a foot or two, one direction, to get a better drive or whatever, I mean, that's something I would, as a board member, more consider. But actually relocating it completely to the back rear corner, I don't think meets the intent of the guidelines.
Can I say something? Regarding that little outbuilding, it's very encouraging as a commissioner to see these little buildings that get neglected, and then people come to us and they want to ask for permission to demolish them. I think it's very encouraging to me to see an applicant that cares enough to move it. I think the location, as it shows there on the rendering, makes a lot of sense, just for the livability of the property. So I would support moving it to that location. And then as to the other comments, I think that the way it's designed right now is in accordance with the guidelines, except for maybe the portion over the porch that attaches to the original home. That's the only part that I would ask you to change.
Kathy, do you have any comments?
I pretty much concur with what's been said. No additional comments.
Anyone else? It's going to be a great gift for Franklin. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to summarize what we've heard, and I did have to step away from a moment, and I apologize. There is not a unanimous recommendation here, which is totally fine. That's why we have differences in expertise on the commission. But what I'm hearing is that, generally speaking, the recommendation from some folks would be that the proposal meets the intent of the guidelines, with exception to what Ms. Hensley noted here. Other feedback includes?
Well, there's mixed feedback on the outbuilding relocation. And then there's some question about the changing of the roof and having it come up some, but having better documentation on what that change would be between where the roof pitch is now and where it's proposed.
And just for staff to better understand what the DRC is recommending, and that way we can work with the applicant to better relay that, what would you like to see in terms of documentation for the proposal to alter this?
I think it'd be useful to see the existing roof pitch dashed in on a new drawing. So you
Okay.
see exactly what it, I mean, I concur with the other committee members' opinions that it just shouldn't be raised. There may be other ways to get higher ceilings, like vaulting the rooms from inside or whatever. I don't know, but when you look at the pictures and you see that just peak of that main roof mass form just peeking out the side, those are the little details that make it rich, and you all of a sudden align eaves or something, and it's, you know, you lose some of the quirkiness, which is what makes it what it is.
Well,
And we certainly understand that. When we were talking about the salt box form, staff was really pretty hard pressed to keep it, as far as the odd shape here, because we do feel like that gives it some character.
That's right.
But I wanted to make sure, as far as providing the committee members what they need, you know, from the applicant, that what I'm hearing is that dashing in on both the rear and the left elevation to show how that roof line would physically change. So that's just neatly going in and
Yeah.
drawing a line in on both sides.
And I will, for just one more person, I would be for moving the outbuilding just as minimal a distance as possible. And what I would say also about that L, I've lived to see the L was actually the original structure on the lot, and that the house was built onto it. So when I look at that form, that could be the case here.
Yeah.
Okay, so to make sure there's really clear feedback, and I hate to ask this again, but I want to make sure we help Mr. Hutchison, you know, get an application together as best as possible. There is some support for relocating as proposed. There's some support for relocating with a less distance, and then there's some opposition to relocating in light of the guidelines recommendation. Is that what I'm hearing from everyone?
Yes.
So what I would encourage Mr. Hutchison to do is to consider, you know, a plan of leaving it in place, or if that's not the desire, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the site plan again, looking at how it could be moved so it's moved less distance. Is it important to the commission that remain visible from the street? I think that's part of the reason they chose to leave it where it is.
Yeah, I think
Or
that's,
relocate it where it's shown.
that's the
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
To
So
me.
would it be like a driveway, like reconfiguration perhaps around it, or if it needs to move a foot or so to accommodate a driveway reconfiguration, that would be something you're open to looking at? Okay. Any other questions or
Again, and I
comments?
think this is clear, but as long as engineering supports that it's not going to fall apart when you try to do it.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, that's the key to
Absolutely.
me.
And then the wraparound porch
Oh, and the
Yeah.
is
porch.
another option to clear that form away from the historical building.
And that could mean like, you know, extending the porch in this area to go further out in the yard so you get that space. I understand why they did that to tie it in, but I think it's just enveloping a little bit more than the guidelines.
But
We
if the
can see it
building's
on the
there, we can't have a
elevation.
parking spot there anyway. I mean, there's not gonna be any room for parking near the house right, if the building is there in the same location.
Right.
So
That
there's
would
not really
become
gonna
more
be
of path.
yeah, there's not gonna be a good rear entrance. It's part of the issue.
I think just if you can work with staff on those issues, because I think the board supports what the staff is saying about the porch, but
Okay. Sounds good.
making the whole thing
Yes,
come
sure,
together matters
absolutely.
too.
Thank you.
I hate to do this to our two remaining applicants, but can we just take the smallest break, 4 minutes or 5?
Okay, we'll return at 7 o'clock.
No, we don't, it doesn't have to be that long. It can be,
7 o'clock.
okay.
Thanks.
Okay. now. Going with number 6, Sharon McNeely for demolition of an accessory building and new construction at 115 Winslow Road. Sharon. And she's in her place with a bright, shiny face. We're ready.
Hi,
everybody.
just
Did
real
staff
quick,
want to
Sharon.
comment first?
This item, or an iteration of this item, appeared before the DRC back in August. And the applicant and her architect have worked with staff with different iterations of this project to come to you today. So,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the board as a new member.
Thank you.
And I guess I just want to remind everyone that we do have preservation in mind. We have owned a historical home on West Main that was one of the first homes that was ever preserved by the Heritage Foundation.
Was moved there.
Moved there. And then we acquired a house off of Columbia Avenue that was being moved to make way for the park, honoring the battle. And we moved that structure away, and I'm scared to death, I apologize, my voice is shaking.
Doing great.
We preserved that house. And so when this lot became available to us on Winslow, which is part of Miles Manor, I was so excited because it had that structure on it. And it has just really been difficult to try to preserve the structure in working with the guidelines and building a house. We have had our architect draw 3 plans for the project, and for various reasons, they were not suitable. One of the things we love about Miles Manor is it's a charming community. It doesn't have the big houses. It's got its own charm, and so we wanted to. Our main priority was to fit in the neighborhood, not look like we were, new and big. So we have had some difficulties working on the project, and I sat down with the girls maybe a month ago and talked to them about our opportunities with it. Could I show some of the pictures that we had sent to y'all?
There we go.
So our lot was part of the Bragg property. It had a stone home, which is now Reed Anderson's home, and then it had a sizable lot beside it, which probably this committee decided and approved that lot to be divided into 2 lots. So Reed and Cameron have had their house approved by y'all, their addition, and then Danny and Teresa Anderson have the lower lot. We are in between. Unfortunately, when the property was divided, the garage entrance is off of Reed's driveway. So we don't have access to the garage. Then that's the side that goes to Reed's. So then, and note that it's just one hole there. And then on the back of the garage, we have had this addition. And underneath it, or where it connects with the structure, there's no stone. It's just wood. So we're left with two principal walls. We have, it's hard because there's an 8% grade difference between Reed's house and Danny and Teresa's lot. So we really cannot figure out anything suitable that would not cause issues with water runoff or meeting the guidelines and being able to build on the property. What we are asking, and it pains me to say this, but we are asking to remove the structure and to repurpose the stone on a new house. We only have 2 walls in the garage that are, I guess, what you would call historic, original to the property, let me say. I don't even know if it is structurally sound at this point if we took off the back addition. And then how do you properly close in that totally wide open space that goes to Reed and Cameron's house? So when I met with Amanda and Victoria, I showed them all the plans and the reasons, the various reasons that the 3 plans had not worked. And so I'm just asking if y'all can do a hardship case and consider us repurposing the stone. I would like to try to keep the wing wall that you drive into, maybe build a foundation around it structurally to move it to another, maybe the entrance to the house off of the street. We also are very interested in trying to save as many of the trees. But in removing the structure that's on the highest part of the lot, that affords us the ability to take some of the dirt from the high and put down on the low so that we don't have a water issue with Danny and Teresa. If we would have to build on the grade of the current structure, we would be 8 feet coming out of the ground on the lower side, and that is not in keeping with that neighborhood. So I'm looking for advice. I'm looking for y'all to say, Sharon, we understand the difficulties here. We acknowledge them, and we will consider this for our next meeting. Our architect designed a home that it's charming. This is the home. It only has 2 bedrooms, and it's about 2,500 square feet. And that would be looking from Winslow just down into the property. Reed would be on the left. It's pretty straightforward, and I know that y'all are here to administer the guidelines. That's why they're here in place. But we just can't, we're just at a stop here. So will y'all ask me some questions?
Do you all want to comment?
Yes, so Mrs. McNeely has worked with staff, and so has her architect. We've had several phone calls and meetings just going over this lot and the situation. And she does understand that, you know, the guidelines would not support the demolition of the accessory structure. But as we told her, she had every right to come before DRC and ask. So I think having some, you know, feedback on that proposal, and then any kind of general feedback on what the architect has also sketched up so far would be appreciated. The drawing does look a little large. The massing looks a little large for the block face. And I think we do have a couple of questions about the breezeway with the dormer, and then the living space connected to the breezeway. But when Mrs. McNeely and I talked earlier, she said she agreed that potentially the drawing does make the massing look a little bit larger than what they're intending. So some discussion on that I think would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to be presumptuous that you would say, yeah, you can just take it down. But I just thought the architect was prepared with a doodle and a floor plan. It's just a doodle, but we love the house, and we'd like to go, if y'all give us the guidance, we'd like to move forward with this
Okay.
and come back with a proper submittal.
Okay, I think the first hump is to talk about the demolition of the garage.
Can you show us on that previous picture, can you put the cursor on the area in the,
Do we
Yeah.
have a drawing of
In the
your lot
architect's-
with the garage on it for the commission?
Let me reference this. I think this might help with Lisa's requesting. So this is the site plan that that renders the drawing. You can see how everything lays out. The garage, and Ms. McNeely, please jump in if I'm wrong. I think the garage is somewhere around here.
It is,
Okay.
Amanda, it is where the pantry,
Okay.
okay.
So it is in an awkward place to work around existing building setbacks. Ms. McNeely has tried very hard to address the building setbacks and work around the form. So this is the area where that building is currently situated.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
That helps.
it's
Yes.
right in the worst place when you're dealing with kind of a narrow lot with an incline. And what you're seeing is the two best sides. So you're like, well, why can't this work out?
Right. Okay, does anyone on the commission want to start a
Sure, I have some
conversation?
questions. Mrs. McNeely, I know, it's, what you've had drawn up is very pretty. I mean, it's scale and
It's
masking
just
aside.
a thought.
No, but it's lovely. The floor plan's real pretty too. I guess my question is, what has the engineer said about the structural stability
We've
of the
not
building?
had a structural
Okay.
engineer.
Is there a reason y'all haven't done that yet?
No.
Okay. And this addition on the back, that's, you know, the back part where you say there's no stone behind it, how old is that addition?
I do not know
Is
that.
it pre-1972?
Mary, what would you think?
I would think so.
So that's a historic piece too. I'm struggling very much at the thought of being able to support demolishing that if there's no evidence that it's, I mean, you all have had a lot of architectural drawings done for this lot and not had an engineer look at the structural integrity of the building, which I think would be, if I were, I would think that's important. And I don't think we can just discount the back of it because it's not a stone wall, because it seems like from all intents and purposes, that's historic too, which would not be something we would,
The shed in the back?
right.
Oh, it's just a plywood door.
Sure, yeah, no, I was talking about I think the whole back of the building is historic. I don't know about the shed.
The shed that comes off the back
No.
is just a
A shed, yeah.
But
just
when
a
was it
shed
built,
with
I guess is my
plywood.
question. How old is that? Do you know?
No,
Yeah.
I do not know. I would guess some of the heirs would.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
know
it's a
what they
vertical
said.
board, so I do think it's newer rather than older, but it's probably got some age, maybe 70s or so. I would love to hear what Kathy and Tyler and Brian think about that.
So it could be 50 years old. I just think it's a really extraordinary remedy to come and ask us
I
to
know.
tear it down without any evidence that's not structurally sound, kind of discounting this back portion without knowing knowing
I
how old it
promise.
is.
I mean, I save every brick and everything.
You've
That
shown us
back
your other
is
projects.
Bad.
Yeah,
It's
right.
really bad.
And I guess I have a lot of concerns about that, especially because this was in the history, and I understand kind of the situation of where it is placed on the property, but it was in that historic overlay. We've had other people coming in where they bought properties not appreciating it was in the historic overlay and, working with things. So I do appreciate where you're coming from, but with what's before us today, I don't think I could support
What would you
demolition.
support?
Well, I can only look at what you've got before us, and you've got a plan for a home on top of that building. So I'm not an architect, but I'm just saying, with what's been presented, I couldn't support demolition based on the guidelines.
Understanding there are only 2 walls.
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's your burden to come to us and give us. There are lots of people who've come before us wanting to have things torn down, and it's an extraordinary remedy.
So if I was able, the wall to me that's most important to be seen is the wall that has nothing on it. It's open from Reed and Cameron's. If we were able to move one of those stone walls or replicate it on that side, is that of any importance?
I can just speak for myself, and what I've seen thus far doesn't move me that structure needs to be demolished.
Okay.
So I can only speak for myself.
Anyone?
Yeah, I do see the hardship here in some sense, in that the opening is uphill, opening to another neighbor. So even if she decided to keep, Miss McNeely decided to keep the building and close that wall up and put a new hole on the other end, the slab's that much higher. And so you're thinking, well, are they going to dig that down? Then it is going to fall down. So it's like she has a building here that is there and we want to stay, but we're telling her she can't use it for anything, essentially, because you can't get in it. And you can't mess with it to get in it because the rules wouldn't allow for
foundation
that.
inside the garage is 4 feet deep, is 4 feet higher than one side of the grade.
Yeah.
And so if we were to penetrate one of the stone walls, one of the 2 stone walls, we then have to dig out the foundation
Without undermining it.
without undermining it.
Yeah.
And
So it's a tough thing because, we're maybe requiring her to keep it by strictly following the guidelines, but at the same time, it's physically not usable because the guidelines wouldn't allow you to punch holes in it either. So it's like, well.
So we've
what do
talked
you-
through a number of scenarios, and Ms. McNeely is correct that it would, if to put puncture a new hole in it to allow it to even serve as a garage would be it would lead to the building falling down. So the only reuse could be as the appearance of an addition to a new building with maybe a pedestrian puncture hole, but I have not received anything from a structural engineer to say that is or is not possible. But to reuse it as a garage is likely impossible. The grade change alone makes it almost fundamentally impossible. So, and she has considered this with her architect. She's worked really, really hard to find a way to use it. And I don't think she wants to ask to demolish it, except she feels that she has to. We wanted to bring this before you today because before she spends any more time and effort designing a home, we need to give her some sort of understanding of whether or not this needs to be integrated into that or not.
Is there any feedback from
Well,
anyone?
this I would consider a hardship case. And we're not being asked to allow the demolition of a historic home. It's a historic building, I know. If it were a house, that would have greater implications. This is a garage. I think the idea of reusing or repurposing the historic walls, if there's a way to just creatively come up with a design that would allow that, would make it a little bit more palatable in terms of doing something that's kind of in between. It's not a demolition, it's a reuse.
Love to try to save something. Again, on the front end, I was most excited because of the structure. So I'm asking for advice.
So that's my thought.
Kathy?
I think there's a reason why the lot's been vacant this long. But I am torn, you know. I'm thinking, what would I do if I was in your shoes? And trying to come up with a solution for it. But I tend to, I am torn. I think if we had some documentation from engineer, the viability of the structure, you know, it's going to fall apart, whatever. I think if we had some of that, it gives us a little bit more of an ease to say, yes, we would demolish this, because if anything was adaptive reuse, even if it isn't a garage in your new scheme of things, just the topography of the ground and whatever you put in there in the space between that existing garage and that on that slope, if you tend to change the grade, everything's going to affect the other things. So it's hard to determine for me, but I would have a tendency to approve demolishing it if I had some more engineering documents to support the condition of the building.
And I think that just kind of echoes my feelings, because I feel like it is such an extraordinary remedy. If you're wanting that, we need to have more than just, I think the application said it may be, I looked at that earlier, but it may be, let's look at the language here.
And I think that
It may
that's
be structurally sound. It may not be structurally sound. And so I guess my point is, let's know for sure.
Okay.
And that makes it a whole lot easier when we're having to judge ourselves in the future and what we've done in the past with these kind of really extraordinary remedies.
And that is a criterion by which the commission can consider demolition of historic structure. So that's certainly a request that it's valid to make. I think in this case, we can work with Ms. McNeely and relay that the request is not only for the structural viability of the building as it sits, but if it receives any puncture holes, to be able to utilize it. Because I don't think that anyone would ask that she try to use this situation, it sits right on someone else's property line. That would have to be filled in. But to create even a pedestrian door or a garage door to allow access to this, what that would mean to the structural integrity, whether it would undermine it or could support it. Is that what you're asking to see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, do you have any comments?
I share the opinion of my fellow board members.
So what we're hearing is get a structural engineering report. The other thing that I would want to see before considering a house form is something that just, if it's boxes, that shows how those are going to line up in the context of the street, how that's going to end up looking, because that's works out with me in my mind. We're trying to manage change over time in this little historic neighborhood, and so if we could have something that let us see the height, the elevations of the structure. What do I want to call that?
So Mr.
The foundation, how the foundation lines up with the ground, with the other structures on the street.
And that, I mean, we are very, very in
Yeah.
tune. And that's why we were not happy
Right.
with it coming 8 feet out of the ground. And we thought if we could
Yes,
take
and I
some of the
think
high
seeing
and put it
that-
on the low, we would be snugly
Yeah.
rooted.
Seeing
in
that
there.
matters to me. I mean, I feel like a lot of when the lots were divided into these sizes and the garage went with another lot, is, it just is what it is. But that was just a beautiful little thing with the stone house and stone garage. But we're not going to have that. So I would care to see what the whole street, that side of the street, will kind of, just boxes, not, detailed drawings.
So Mr. Casadis, who worked on the other two homes, has been working with Ms. McNeely's architect to receive information to kind of help create
Yeah.
that streetscape. So I do think that's something that we can work with to have, because they've already worked on it to some degree. It's just filling in the approved on either side and then
Right.
working to put this in the middle to see how it
And
compares.
just not with those three houses.
Yes, to include the ones closer to
Correct.
the main intersection as well. Yes.
Correct.
Oh, you don't want to go the back way? Like that big row of new houses? Oh,
The
come
big-
on now.
The big what?
Go the back way and put in those big houses back there?
No.
I think she's talking about this blue in here.
Right.
Okay.
So
Just down that. And show the big house, because that is reality too. The one on the corner is reality.
I think the prior submission, yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, they showed that, and
Yeah.
that is good context.
Yeah, it is.
So,
And I would like to add too, because I don't really want to make too much of a comment on the elevation of that home, because I need to see it in relationship to the rest
That's what I
of
want
the
to see.
space. But do not rule out the natural slope. There may be options that you investigate where it would embrace a portion of that slope, because that is part of that streetscape.
yeah.
I agree.
would it, in
And that
terms of
house
this-
looks perfectly flat.
and this garage, if we get down the road and decide that we would let part of it be taken apart and we'd leave a wall or two walls, would it be something we could consider that the wall is halfway in the house and halfway out? And the architect and probably other architects in the room are thinking, oh my God, what a waterproofing nightmare.
No,
But-
that's actually the way it was designed the first time.
Okay, because I'm thinking,
Homage to the stone.
yeah, it peeks out like a buttress hanging out in the yard, and you got some inside, and you walk past it every day. and
Well,
it's-
I was just.
I don't know.
Yeah, or if that element red is,
Yeah, but
a
it's
buttress
a
on the
nod
house.
to there was something here, and you can tell that stone goes with that house. And
right.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of what we kind of talked about at the design
Yeah.
review back in August, is how could that be incorporated
Right.
into the new home in a way that, maybe you're seeing that stone wall inside. Maybe none of that works.
Well-
No,
but,
it does, it does work.
Yeah.
To me,
It
the little
does.
wing wall has always been such
The little curly key.
a pleasure, yeah, of driving
Don't you love that?
down. So even in my mind, if that were rebuilt as a feature of the house,
I think we
would-
could build a form around that.
it would
and
matter,
move
so.
it.
Or, in my mind, I was thinking of the, ideally the garage would stay. I understand the situation that, these are guidelines for best case scenarios. This is definitely not the best case scenario to inherit an orphan garage and try to figure out how to work around it. But essentially, if the roof were removed and it was a garden wall of some type, I mean, there are options for
Yeah.
maintaining portions if structurally it was viable to do so.
Yeah, there's, there's the other struggle of, it's in the middle of the lot.
It's in the middle
It's
of the
like,
lot, that's why I'm
Great for the
saying.
garden,
if-
if you like a garden in the middle of the lot.
Yeah, if there were
it's tough. It's really
elevations
tough.
done of
Kitchen
the wing
terrarium.
wall and it was used.
Yeah, herb garden outside
There
the
was a
kitchen.
rendition done that you tried.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Done
did
all
exactly
this.
that.
Well, you all, it's amazing. This neighborhood, I cannot remember for sure, but it was sold as, was it, Brian, 25-foot
25-foot
wide lots.
Wow.
And you bought so many lots for whatever house you chose to build. And it's just interesting.
One other
So-
comment too, I would add to your engineering analysis of the space is maybe not so much for what it would be used for, but just the structural integrity of it on its own. Like if you mentioned taking the roof off, would it be used for something else? I think you'll find out the integrity of that building regardless of what it could be or potentially be used as. So you may find out it may not be able to be reused at all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate very, very, very much.
Well,
y'all
we appreciate you
walking
being
this-
here for
walking this walk with me.
Yeah.
3.5
Right.
hours to have this
y'all.
conversation.
Yeah.
Thank y'all very,
Thank you.
very, very much.
Yeah, we're
Just
just
getting
getting started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
Thank y'all.
Last but not least. So what I try to tell the applicants as they ask me about agendas, how long are meetings? And I say sometimes they're 2 hours, sometimes they're 4. It just depends on how many people want to be on our agenda. But all in all, they all appreciate how much work you guys are putting into being here as volunteers going through this process. So I
wanna know,
hope
how
that that
do you,
our folks over here are as patient as you guys are.
How do you pick the order?
Usually by old business, new business, and complexity. I wanted to afford these last 2 items as much time as they needed. There's a lot of pressure from staff and the commissioners, I'm sure, when you see a whole room full of people waiting to get through items maybe more quickly than they need to. So the more complex ones I like to try to get at the end so they can feel like they have the time they need.
Well, we're now to we're at item 7. Discussion of partial demolition, new construction, and alterations for windows, siding, materials, masonry, entrances, entrance elements, roof elements, parking, patio and walkways, and lighting and signage at 230 Franklin Road, the factory at Franklin. And the applicant is being represented by Centric Architecture, so.
So we appreciate Holiday and GDC and Centric being here today. They are following up from the site visit that the Design Review Committee hosted at the property on Tuesday last week. I'm very excited by the proposal they've given us today. I'll let Gina roll through that, and then I'll add any comments as needed.
Yeah, thank you all for coming last week, by the way. We had a huge turnout. That was really impressive and helpful. 60-degree weather in February helps, I guess.
It was amazing.
But yeah, just to reiterate what we're doing, these are 90-year-old, some of the buildings are 90-year-old. They're all old industrial buildings, and they've been adapted 20 years ago to mixed use. And so we're continuing that tradition. A lot's changed in 20 years, and so we're trying to adapt to the changing environment post-COVID and a lot of other changes to the way malls work. So the connection to the outdoors is paramount in what we're doing, and so that is a lot of what we've proposed, but it's really just about adapting to the changing environment and make sure that they're relevant and, you know, for a long time to come. So,
Well, great. Well, thank you all again, and thank you for your time last week and again tonight. I know this is a long night for you, but we appreciate you staying to go through this with us. So I may just do what we did last time and maybe just go page by page, if that's okay for everybody. I may summarize a little bit what we said last time, what we all said on site, and then sort of the conclusions that we are showing today. And then, you know, obviously want to hear any thoughts you all have. So just like Benton said, connection to the outdoors, to be able to use all these spaces has been really important to us. So if you look at what is noted as page 3, this is building 3, and this is where we started our walk last time. And so what you'll see is, you know, if you look at the bottom, the top left, that's existing, what's there today. And there's some photos to show that. Right below it is what we started with when we brought it to you, and we were taking, you know, basically an existing window out and putting a new door opening in, taking it all the way down to the ground. I think one of the things we all heard when we were on site was, look, let's try to find something that can sorry. Oh, sorry. It definitely looks different.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't look different.
It's definitely different. And while Amanda's pulling that up, I'll just say that the general summary is what you all had said on site was, let's try to be consistent around the site. Let's try to find a solution that can be, if possible, applied consistently. And then save as much historic fabric as we can and see how you can all work within that. We understand you want to get onto these spaces, but what's a way to work that? So we think we found some solutions that we hope you will be happy with. Okay. So I can give you guys some paper. Is that it? That's it? Do you want to give them?
do they have their own package?
I didn't print it out.
Yeah.
Do you have copies?
I'll take one.
We got a few. Oh, yeah. Yes, we made some changes based on the site visit.
That's okay.
Okay, so what you're seeing on that bottom left was what we originally proposed, which was really taking out an entire window.
We're good?
You got it. And I think what we came back with was saying, okay, look, what we want is a door, because that'll make that outdoor area usable for these restaurants that we want to have walking out into a patio instead of going through the front entrance of the factory where it currently sits. So what we thought might be a good option was, if you can see on that top right image, was leaving as much of the historic window as we can and just modifying a portion of it enough that we could fit a door. Not cutting out the brick except where the door is, so leaving as much brick as we could. You know, there'll need to be some custom modification to that window, but just saying let's commit to doing that and really just getting the opening that we need, but not otherwise affecting that window opening. So that is what we're proposing at this spot.
And Gina, I think as we do this, it might be easier to interject questions.
Yeah, that would be
as we
great.
go through.
That would be great.
Would this rendition here, I don't know if anyone can see my cursor, would that presuppose removing would it require removing that window unit, or would it keep the window unit?
No, we are keeping the window,
Okay.
and we're only modifying the portion we need for the door.
Okay, thank you.
And what would that door, why do you need that door?
So what we're trying to do in this whole area, if you all remember that courtyard, if you look at sort of the bottom right page, it gives you a floor plan to look at to orient where we are there. That was that courtyard with the big trees where we were standing outside. We're proposing that building, the long building, building 3, to be, multiple restaurants. but they don't have access to any outdoor space, which right now, that space, if you walk into it, there are multiple almost kiosk tenants in there that you have to sort of go through the front door, take a left and go in there. So there's not really connected to the outdoors, and understandably, it's hard for them to really do that. And so our hope is to really be able to integrate indoors with outdoors, have these tenants be able to come in and out. And in this case, we're really only adding the one door. The one door is already there. These would be two separate tenants, so giving both of them the ability to come outside and have an outdoor patio for dining.
I understand the reasoning. From my mind, it changes that main facade pretty drastically. And it wouldn't be a make or break for me. In other words, I wouldn't vote against it particularly, but it just seems to change it quite dramatically. And not to mention the fact that the guidelines don't endorse new openings, so that's all I have to say about that.
And I could provide comments page by page if you feel that that would be easier for you as a commission. Gina, did you have anything else you want to add on this one?
No, I'd love to hear your comments.
Just to
I
support,
think, let's take feedback from the commission as we go along.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
just
for-
to comment on what Ms. Markward said, I understand that it does break up the form and the rhythm of that space. So my question is, would there be another tenant, or is that just another way into that large building that has, today it has the stalls?
It would be a separate tenant, so each door is a separate tenant. And that's why we would have that's why we want the other door.
Thank you.
So as for staff comments, it is not recommended to add, new window and door openings on highly visible elevations. This is a situation where one may agree to disagree, but I don't find this to be a highly visible elevation as it's behind the pizza restaurant. But I do think it's a good compromise to keep the original fenestration as best as possible, keep that original window, and add that door there. I do think it'd be more ideal if it were further in and it was done on this side instead of this side. But I do think that as far as the guidelines go, it's not a slam dunk, yes, but I do think that there could be some flexibility there to allow for that use. And they're trying to do it and meet the most of the comments that were given at DRC in doing so.
And Amanda, are you saying, so the smaller window to the left where your cursor is right now, is that where you're saying you would rather see a door entrance?
Further to the left.
Yeah,
No.
move your,
Side of the main.
No, I think Tyler said it. I think that because the guidelines recommend that this being done on lesser visible elevations, if it was further in and tucked behind here, it would be lesser visible than it is now. But I don't think
Behind.
it's, as in like right now, here's the center, the
Uh-huh.
entrance, if it were done on this side instead of this side. Because this is closer to the main entrance of, building 11. I don't know how that works with their interior floor
Yeah, and-
plan,
and-
but.
I want to be sympathetic to the idea that two things. One, that restaurants want to be highly visible, and they want that energy to be out on the street. I mean, that's
Right.
how they make money, and if they don't make money, then this building doesn't get saved for longer. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm for that. But the other thing that comes to mind as a whole on the whole project, at the tour, what I watched last DRC, is that there's so much of this historic fabric. And it's like, well, some of it has to be modified. And so it's kind of our task to look at it and go, okay, what are we comfortable with in terms of tweaks? Because if we stuck to the letter of the guidelines, we'd say, use it as is. It's like, yeah, they tried that and you've been there. So it's like,
Well,
at
I
some
don't think
point-
you can make that assumption. I'll just say.
Yeah.
About that it didn't work the way it was.
yeah, it's pretty empty.
Well, there may have been other reasons.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
And then, I'm just going to say.
But giving everybody the best chance at success.
Absolutely.
It's going to require some
Absolutely.
flexibility. And so when I look at this facade, that specific door, while it's not the main front gable facade, it's pretty close adjacent. I do reflect some of the comments from staff that, could it be further in? Probably, but is that less visible and not as kind of energy catalyzing to these businesses? Yeah, so there's some balance there. I think what you've done is a pretty fair compromise as compared to where you started, where it was going to be even a new window form, different light patterns, different everything to keep most of that fabric in place, but allow a door. I feel like it's a pretty reasonable compromise. It is still on the front elevation, but not as prominent, so I'm fairly comfortable with that specific change.
Yeah, I think the door that's there now, I mean, it's not original. It was at some point a change, and I would defer to other people, but I'll just throw the question out there. Is there any magic in the door you're adding being dead in the center? Could it be scooted toward the factory? I'm asking that as a question to you. Would that make it look less visible? I don't know, because I haven't seen it drawn that way.
And which door you're talking about?
The one you're adding.
The new door?
Yeah.
If we remove it to the left.
I'm just asking that question.
Well, there's, part of it's separation between the doors, right? They're
Okay.
two separate,
For-
they're two separate restaurants is what the
Gotcha.
plan is. And so keeping those
Yeah.
doors to the patio is distinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's, some of the visibility kind of on that corner is really where that value is in a restaurant. If you bury it kind of into the corner, you'll lose a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, and the comment about, what it's been before and what it is now, I mean, it's just a lot of things have changed in the way.
A lot of things,
The
yeah.
way you interact and shop and it's been very inward focused and trends are very much in the opposite direction,
Yes.
particularly with restaurants. And
Yeah.
restaurants will really not even look at anything unless they can get exterior patio space, but.
Can we
and I realize-
pull up the, oh, sorry.
I realize we have to give and take, and I think the solution you've come up with from suggestions, the DRC, that is a much better
I
way
agree.
to get into that, and out of that building than what you had before.
I
And it
agree.
respects the actual line that's created by the seals all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I'm seeing the before and after. I was just wondering if we could pull up the street view as we go along.
Absolutely. And I had one quick question before I do that. I'll pull that up, but I would love the committee members to give comments on this center existing door alteration. So I agree with Ms. Pierce that this is obviously something that was added over time. The applicant's proposing to take that out and put in a grid. I do think taking it out and putting in something different is appropriate, but I don't think this is the opportunity that we should afford to match exactly what's there, because we do want to show change over time. Maybe it's putting in a simplified version of a grid or no grid at all, something that, it makes it very clear it was not part of that original historic window fabric. So if you wouldn't all mind giving comment to that, I think that would be really helpful while I pull up this other.
And even just the color, Amanda, that one, that anodized aluminum just really is so starkly different,
yes.
I think. So I think that would be something we would like to look at, sort of at least making that a little more cohesive from that standpoint.
This image, that's not that front entry, right?
It is.
Which one you looking at?
That, is that? Or is that the building?
That one that you're pointing to, Tyler, that bottom, that right furthermost one is the one that
It's this
is the
center?
existing, it's that one, yes.
Okay.
Show me,
'cause
Tyler,
it's
what are you
got-
talking about?
Really
It's
see.
got brick walls up.
Yeah, I also realized that after we did it, and I
Midway.
think the intent is to keep that sill line
Okay.
as well.
Yeah.
So,
That'd be
yes.
better.
Yeah,
And I think that it shapes the window whatever window goes back in a certain way that I think's beneficial in making it look different, set apart some way. And I think even the grill patterns that you've shown, kind of the bigger rectangles, automatically kind of set it apart. And usually you can tell the difference too, just in mullion style and mutton bars and things are just not what they were. They're usually something different. So I don't have a problem with a grid per se, but I think it needs to be decidedly a different shape.
Are you
proportion.
talking on this door?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, specifically looking at the proposed, and like I said, there's a brick wall at the bottom there that they haven't shown, but above that, I think the mullion or the mutton patterns, whatever you want to call it, are they're different enough for me. They just look a lot more
I'm lost.
modern.
Okay, so Mary, look
Okay.
at the screen.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
This
but
is
I'm-
what they're proposing. This is the existing condition.
Okay.
So, and Tyler brought up the brick at the bottom. Is the brick proposed to remain, and that's just an error?
Yes,
Okay.
we will have that showing to remain.
Okay, thanks.
I've got it now. Thank you.
And I do
just
agree
had
with-
myself.
I do agree with Tyler that I think that the light pattern is different than the main ones, and it does show something different.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you would keep the brick on the center entrance?
Yes, yes, we would.
Is that, because right now what it reads as a mall entrance as opposed, it's more significant than the other restaurant entrance. So if I were to go to either restaurant, one looks different to me. So one is reading as mall and one is reading as, something else. But I do like the brick part in it. I don't mind that mullion. Again, I think if that's a rhythm that happens everywhere else, it's a good one to follow.
Okay.
Okay, so to summarize, unless anyone else has any comments, is that the additional pedestrian door can be supported by some based on the, my computer's trying to die, just a moment. It's been a long meeting.
It's a pretty good battery to go as long as it.
Yes, I know. But it can be supported, given that it is not a main elevation that has high visibility from the street view. And it certainly is trying to keep that original window intact. And then also that the main entrance should keep that brick at the base of the windows, and that a new window and door aluminum storefront can be added that has a slightly different grid pattern than the original to help offset it. Any other comments? Did I
When we
summarize
say
that correctly?
different grid pattern, is that you get to see all this, or we get to see it again?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Making sure we're not like, yep, any grid pattern, good luck.
No. So the intent of the applicant, and I guess that's a great point to bring up, is they're intending on taking this information and deciding whether or not they want to, utilize it into a new plan that they submit to staff on Friday afternoon for the next review cycle.
Okay.
My other input would be on the plaza that's there, which I think really kind of solidifies what you're trying to do, bring people from the outside to the inside. And these two entrances into each of these restaurants, those are secondary, or they're another means of egress?
Yes, from
So
the
there's-
inside, yes.
There's entry into the restaurant from internally as well?
There will be for the one on the right, the one straight ahead, that's a primary entrance. It's
Yeah,
a smaller,
It's just kind of
smaller space.
front to back of that building, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If we, Amanda, if you want to look at that little plan in the corner there. So this building is kind of like a long, I don't want to say narrow, it's not narrow, but, narrower than wide, than long. We're really dividing that into three. So from, front to back. And so what Benton is saying is the one closest to the main factory entrance right now will be able to be accessed from the factory, but the other ones will not. They'll need to be accessed from front or back of
And
this
there's only
building.
one way in and out of there?
No. There will be egress in the back too.
Yeah.
But for the space kind of in the middle, in line, That's their exterior.
But it's the main, and so that makes the plaza, I think, really adds to unifying what you're trying to do. And I still consider this a pretty significant elevation, even though it is not the main one per se. But I think, you know, this is a handsome, it's unified. So I want to see it go all the way around.
So can you clarify that point? I want to make sure everyone understands what you mean. When you talk about the plaza, you mean that
The step-ups, where all the little tables and chairs are.
and you want to see that changed how?
No. I think it unifies what we're doing, like
I
we're
see.
changing, we're adding another entry in, we're modifying an existing entry in, and we're identifying as two separate.
Okay. I just want to
Public
make sure I
places to go
didn't
eat.
misunderstand you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
No, I think it, again, it's not, just fell out of the sky. It all has a rhyme and a reason, and it's
Yeah.
unifying.
Yeah, no, activating the exteriors is what it's all about, and pulling people in different parts of the center.
Any other questions, comments on this page?
And my caveat with that change is looking at this rendering. I know it's just a rendering because I have people judge my renderings too, and I'm like, it's a rendering. But you've dashed in some trees, and I would hope that that whole area is just not paving carte blanche from side to
No,
side,
no,
kind of as
it's not.
shown. I'm like, hopefully there's some tree planters and things, but I'm
Those,
sure it's just a graphic thing.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's a great point, Tyler. For certificate of appropriateness, we are going to need to know exact conditions. So this may not work as a submittal if it's only conceptual. You need to know the grid patterns, everything needs to be scaled. When the commission says that it'll entertain a grid pattern for that area that needs to be redone, we need to know how that looks in relation to the existing. So everything has to be exactly the way that you want it to be approved, because this will be an official approval document that would be enveloped into your building permit.
And
What
we
about
do have a tree
consideration?
survey for that area, just so you guys know.
What about consideration for ramps and, you know, making it accessible?
So there is a bigger overall picture of the proposal that they're bringing forward to the city that includes considerations on, parking and entitlements for use. And they may need to bring some of that forward at a later date, but any sort of ramps that are on these elevations would need to be
That could affect
considered by the
whole look
commission.
of this too. And I mean, if this is
Absolutely.
my main way in, I need to see
Yeah.
how that affects it.
Sure. Yep, so any ramp, it's not conceptual anymore for anything that you're seeing next month. It has to be exactly what you'd like to propose. Okay, and to point to that, there are signs on here, and I understand completely why they've included signs. If the signs are not to be considered by the commission at this time, I'd ask that all the signs be removed from the plan. I understand that the applicant would like to consider a major sign package. Some of that might have to go to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for consideration of what's called a modification of standards. Some of their signage does not meet the zoning ordinance.
But just a reminder, we've gotten ourselves in trouble when we haven't approved the signage with the changes, and
I
then we
understand.
find no place to put them.
I
That has been
understand.
a little deal that happened to us.
I understand, and that's why they have them here to show you, but an approved plan should not have signage on it because the signage that's shown does not meet the zoning ordinance. It has not been approved by the commission. The Historic Zoning Commission has to approve all signage. If the Board of Mayor and Aldermen allows for a signage that doesn't meet the zoning ordinance, I would just give the commission an opportunity to choose to approve that if it so finds it appropriate, but it may not find it appropriate. So there's just a whole other vetting process, and Mr. Gamble and I understand that that might be another meeting where we speak to you about the sign package. But as for what you'll see, I do think I understand Ms. Pierce's point, but I do feel strongly as staff that the sign should be removed because you do understand now the intent. And we want the approval documents to not include any signage.
And Madam Chair, if the project does go forward with a development plan, it will come to this body for a preliminary
Right.
recommendation where this commission should weigh in on signage at that time.
That's a great point, Mary, for sure.
It
When you
was
weigh in
spe-
at the
it's been
development
very
plan.
special. We've had events where the sign needed to be and things like that.
Right. Okay, next page. And I'll just say, since we kind of set the tone for some of the expectations on this page, the rest of it should go more quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is one we also looked at on site. I think there were some things that it sounded like everyone agreed to. It sounded like it was okay to remove the non-historic canopy in front, which we're proposing to do, at the last DRC and when we were on site. I think, the biggest discussion was on the openings down below. And so this is one item where we've made some corrections to what we had previously, just based on some site conditions. But there is one change on here. I know there was some discussion on from door openings. So I think one of the discussions that was had on site was, why can't you have 2 door openings instead of 3? Because really the first door opening, if you look at those 3 in a row, is currently a window. Couldn't you leave that a window? And we looked at it pretty hard. Can we keep that as a window and still functionally treat that indoor-outdoor plaza? Because what's happening in the front of this building is it will feel like less of a parking lot like it does now. You kind of come off the parking lot and you walk straight in. And we're hoping to do some work on that parking lot over time to make it feel more like a plaza than just the asphalt. And we really want people to feel the indoor-outdoor walking into what will be a food hall in that space. And so we love the idea of the symmetry of having the 3. We hope that there's a lot of people out there, and those 3 doors will be used pretty regularly as you go into the space. And so we've at this point proposing to keep it. So what you'll see on the existing on the left is many of the garage doors are getting replaced. Some of them are already doors, but in this scenario, we are asking to remove that one window and have that door just to keep that symmetry across the building.
So this is an item, as Gina noted, that was one that the DRC attendees did recommend against for the most part. I'd love to get additional feedback if that opinion's still the same or would change. The Historic District Design Guidelines would not support altering a historic window opening on a front elevation. I know that some of these window openings are not original, as you can definitely tell. But to add another opening, and I think that this window just unfortunately is blocked by this picture, so I'm going to pull up this street view and see if we can get a better view.
There might be a tree in your way for that one.
I think this actually is one of the more original or historic window openings, so staff would, pending any sort of analysis of that would be to the contrary, staff would support keeping this window. It will be far more visible with the canopy removed, and so that's even more reason to support the guideline to keep it there. But I certainly understand and respect the applicant's request, and I think it'd be really important for you to weigh in on that as they move forward.
Is there any feedback from the commissioners on this?
I don't know. I don't even have it.
Well, I brought that up as on our walk as well, so I have to agree with staff. But what I'd like to, and I'm sure there'll be other comments, but one thing I'm noticing from what's there now with the existing loading dock doors, and then what's being shown to, put divided glass in both of those spots. From the way you show it here to the left that's existing, it looks like each one of those are those long rectangular, they look like windows or window openings lights. And I wondered if you were to take that look rather than copying the other windows and still have the look of the loading dock door but have them as windows, that if that wouldn't actually add more interest to that front facade.
And we're having everyone ask for those.
So you're saying the 2 that we've added on the sides that go all the way down, those ones to maybe more visibly look like the ones that are there now?
Look like garage
maybe
doors.
updated.
Well, not necessarily where they, just so the windows. Yeah, in that kind of a long grid pattern.
This one right here? Can you, I'm sorry, you probably can't see that.
Yeah, it would be those two. I think it would kind of give the sense of what was there historically, but give you the glass you want as well.
Okay.
So to make sure everyone understands, Brian, you're saying, remove the bay door, but to mimic the bay door for the grid pattern
That's
for the
right.
window.
Correct.
Absolutely. Okay. Understand that.
Maybe, or maybe even a different grid pattern in my mind.
Something that actually says, hey, this is where loading
This is
dock
where the
doors
loading
used to
dock
be.
was, yeah.
Right. And we may try to find some of the historic photos, because these ones look a little different than what historically was there, so we may try to find, I know this one's kind of dark, if we can find a better
And
image.
to the point of saying you're wanting to open up to the outside,
So-
that gives you that opportunity.
So the option of having a roll-up door.
I
in-
think
in
If it
glass.
looked like a loading dock door.
Yeah, I know a lot of the design you see is about symmetry, right? This is the grand entrance, and so that is a lot of what Centric was getting at, right? So drawing you in and having that kind of picturesque view, and then going into this grand hall. So that was the idea, but.
And I'm not exactly saying having a loading dock door that rolls up, but that your window pattern would mimic something like that.
Yeah, so it could be a fixed window, just more of that appearance.
And I'm saying, if you had the right thing that functioned like a loading dock door, with wanting to make it more interactive, I think it's, we talked about it at the meeting, it's a tension between polishing this all up and letting it feel like what it was, is kind of, to me, the spot. I think taking this front entrance off is a huge step, huge in that direction.
Yeah.
Because it now looks like, it really looks like a factory.
Yeah.
And I think Ms. Pierce is suggesting that if you put in a window there and it had a grid pattern that looked like the bay kind of, panels, and it actually did roll up, if you wanted that functionality, she would be open to seeing
I would be
that.
open to that. I just think it would be exciting.
Yeah.
I think it's a factory building, had loading docks.
And there are very few places that could afford that opportunity, and you
Right.
actually have one. So I think that's to her point. There are not a lot of people that can have those on
Have
front
that.
elevations.
It could be an opportunity for an interesting design challenge, but you'd have that change in elevation. You'd have that dock height. Whereas if you what you have proposed was just a fixed window that pretty much went to the top of the dock, the way that it's blackened in on either side.
And I'm a fan of keeping the one window versus the symmetry, because it kind of says, this is how I was.
Okay.
That was my next question. So if you would keep the loading dock appearance, whatever it ends up being, whether operable or fixed, but the panel look like the existing, would you add the third door? Is that to a
Yeah.
particular tenant, or is that just main
They're
entry?
to a tenant right now, so those two side ones that we have currently, the way it's shown, are to some tenant spaces, and the ones in the middle kind of take you into the main space.
So
As
the
we've drawn
the
it
middle
today.
And when she
is
says
main
middle,
entry.
she means these three are to the main entrance. These are tenant spaces.
Oh, okay.
Not these
But-
are tenant spaces.
But those
These are all
doors are
main.
there now.
These two are there now.
Two are there.
This is a new door proposed.
I think I mentioned while we were there that I had a hard time with the idea that that historic window would come out and the brick below it. And I still think a more sympathetic option is to still have three doors, but put one where each loading dock is and one in the middle, and just do a window where the second door is from center. And you still get three doors. We get to keep a historic window and a brick wall. Seems like we're giving up a lot.
But one of the doors to the right of the middle one is existing.
That's right, it would turn into
Yeah.
a window or something, if you want symmetry.
Yeah, there may be some issues with flow at that point.
Yeah, we can't go down to one from egress standpoint, but
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying, you
okay,
still have
yeah.
3 doors.
Well, the other two are actually away from that vestibule.
Vestibule,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
they're kind of out of that, so they could get into tenant space. They're definitely outside of the vestibule.
I think you need to give us some options.
yeah.
Because,
Options.
yeah.
And it's the
Because I
middle.
do like keeping the dock door kind of thing, but I get the symmetry of the 3. Somehow try and tell the story of what this, what the loading dock's meant to it, and if that messes up with the tenants, how do you work that out on the inside is the question, but I hate to see you, remove a window for a door.
I think that's the only original window left on the lower level of that
It is.
facade. And so that's why staff feels very strongly about it. Although I certainly understand the request. I think Mr. LaMarinelle had mentioned trying to use the loading bay as an additional door if that's needed as an option. I know this isn't a perfect scenario, but this isn't a perfect building, but it's our perfect factory of Franklin.
Yes,
So that's what we're here to.
our only.
And this is this main entry too, to see the bigger elevation of it, once you put all the little pieces together, I think can help us make a better judgment call on that,
Well,
as to how it reads.
what I'm hearing, and anybody say, so that we can go to the next page, is leave the window, is what I'm hearing. And then consider some different treatment of the loading docks and the 2-door changes and taking the front off, the front entrance off, are all things that the commission strongly supports. Is there anything different than what I said?
No,
Then
ma'am, I think that's
Can we
good.
move to the next page?
Yes, we're on page 6 now.
Mhm.
All right.
Page 5, aren't we?
Page 5 is an example
Yeah.
from the applicant, so page
Gotcha.
6 is the next.
That's the next one to
Next
look at.
page, okay.
So, another one, lots of discussion on site. So I think we initially, if you look at this at the bottom left of your page, we originally proposed lowering all the windows on the front elevation. I think we pretty clearly heard on site, no one would support that move. But there were some options. Let's look at what could be done. I think we also talked about the metal panel, replacing the EIFS, the very brightly orange-colored EIFS. It seemed like after walking the rest of the site and seeing the metal panel that was currently on the site, mostly corrugated on site, that everybody seemed to be, yes, we're okay with putting that. I want to make sure that is what you agree to, but that's what we sort of understood from that. And then, there were some elevation changes that we wanted to make sure were updated so that the front elevation showed correctly in our submission. But what we're kind of showing, that's the front page. If you turn to the next page, there was some discussion about, we're not necessarily saying yes, but the other 2 side elevations that are less visible, you don't really see them from the street. See what you can come up with as far as windows go. So there's a couple of ones that I think were easy. There were some existing window openings that had been filled in over time. You can see those sort of on the left side here. We are proposing putting windows back in those locations. It seemed like on site everybody was supportive of that.
Yes.
I think the item that I think there were probably much discussion of is we are showing lowering the side elevation windows both on this side, and if you turn your page one more time, in that same courtyard, that was that restaurant courtyard that we've been talking about where we were modifying that one window. So those are the 2 sides. It's not very visible elevations, but I know that would be changing a fair amount of windows. And again, we are asking it on those 2 sides just for the functionality of the space upstairs. I know ramping was mentioned. There is some ramping in the space now. It's not all really ADA compliant. To make it ADA compliant, there would be very little spaces that would really see out of the windows regardless to be able to get those ramps in there and have the space. So that is why we brought this other option to you all to consider. We know this one's a bigger item to discuss, but we did want to at least show you these elevations to talk through.
So
You
going
all
back
wanna
to
go-
page 6, we'll start there.
Yeah, do we, commissioners, or do you want to say?
Yes,
anything?
please.
Okay.
So I think the applicant heard the DRC loud and clear, and the alterations to the front facade of Building 2 are very minimally proposed. We'll talk to zoning to see what type of architectural metal could be supported at this location, but generally speaking, everything shown on this facade can be supported because the window sills are remaining intact, and therefore keeping the historic windows intact. As we're going to page 7, there was some conversation, I don't believe it was unanimous amongst the DRC members, but staff finds that this elevation is not a highly visible elevation. And in the interest of keeping the windows on the front facade, there would be more ability to alter the windows on the side facade. It's not ideal to remove all these historic windows, but because it is a lesser visible elevation, we do think that this could be appropriately supported, and then adding in where the building was infilled with a window is supported as well. As for the courtyard, this isn't really a non-visible elevation. This is the side of the facade that you see over here. Now, you don't see it for these trees right now, but the trees are not planned to stay exactly like this, and we don't use landscaping as a mitigation method. So you would see these more. Now, I did note that adding a single door here could be supported because it's a very minor change in the grand scheme of things, but I don't know, without doing a little bit more research, if staff would support taking out the historic windows along the entirety of this upper level here and lowering those sills. Thank you.
Okay, is there feedback from the commissioners?
My only comment on that is that it is still a highly visible facade. The one, if we're looking at page 7,
On page 7?
on page 7, it's still a highly visible facade, and I can't see why we would support removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 historic windows. When just around the corner, we said we wouldn't support that.
So I understand your point. I agree to disagree. I do think this is a lesser visible facade because they're, like you see the folks standing, this is a service road. I don't believe this is an elevation that is really engaged by the public so much. But that's my interpretation.
Any other feedback from commissioners?
I'm with Brian on that. I mean, if it's not going to be used that much in terms of pedestrian traffic, is that what you meant?
Yes.
Then why not? Why wouldn't we just leave the windows as is?
Anyone else?
I do have a question on this facade. So, in this service road, we're calling it. So customers, people that come to the factory, will be able to drive down this road to the back to get around, to find more parking spaces. So it is.
It's an alley, yeah.
And it will be used by the public to get from place to place.
Yeah, there's a parking lot in the back, and there's loading dock area for trucks and whatnot. It's an alley road, yeah. It's not a primary entrance or exit, but it is going to be used.
Thank you.
One concern too I have with the number of original windows being modified too is, does this affect the historical register of the property? And then what's the value? I mean, I'm getting 2 feet more or whatever. I'm looking at the little figure on the section. Not sure, whatever the use is on that side, is there value to be removing and fooling with the building that much? I mean, there's somewhat of a, maybe an integrity concern of, you know, getting into those 8 openings and taking them down, you know, 2 plus more feet. And how do you, you know, repair the brick? You know, how do you deal with maintaining the integrity of the brick and the structure you find with, you know, within it? Is it worth doing that? But mostly the concern about how many windows do we alter? Does that affect our historical register on this building?
And I want to jump in and apologize to Mr. Laster. I think it's okay to disagree. I think that's the point of having a commission, is to look at these things. I think I was really absent-minded in making that judgment call from that, and not looking at the street view where it's very apparent that they are visible. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Disagreement and agreement is what it's all about, so.
Well, I do agree with you at this point.
So the question about the functionality, so this has been used as office and will continue to be. The height of the windows is, the sill height is above, I think it's about 6 feet now. So
Yeah.
I'm 6 feet, I have to stand on my tiptoes to look out.
No, I know it's not ideal.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if
And-
it's about view, what are you looking at, you know?
Well,
May not
the
be much
park.
of a view.
The
of-
park across the street.
Oh, the angle, not directly down, okay.
Yeah. And just getting views of the outdoors, and, more daylighting in your office. And you're still, if you're sitting at your desk, you're still gonna be below the windowsill, but when you're standing up, you can look around and that's,
Well, it's a service side of the building too. You've got all the power pack panel there. You may run into a lot of spaghetti in the walls, or, you know, whatever. It could present problems, but I'd hate to see diving in on the integrity of those windows for light, for view.
I would like to say, just changing the subject a little bit, that adding the window or putting back the window that had been bricked in, I fully support that.
There you go.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. Any other feedback on the windows?
Could I ask
So-
one more question? Do you all mind if I ask one more question on these ones? You know, I think there's been a lot of discussion on the amount of windows taken out. If we were to do a lesser amount, would the commentary, you think, still be the same? Or would you say maybe we're a little bit more understanding if it wasn't all of them?
I think there's 2 answers to that. It could be, oops, I'm sorry. Yeah, the number does matter. Again, does it affect the historical register?
Yeah.
And then where is it, you know, where are they being taken from? But you've also planned to reuse some, so, you know, that's a positive too. It just all depends. I mean, you've got a big space, and we're just looking at little bitty pieces of it right now. So it's hard to make a final call. But I'm hoping, you know, what we're telling you gives you a better picture of how to approach it and still meet your design criteria.
And, you know, I used to think that the emphasis on historic windows could sometimes get a bit out of hand, and I'm sure the public maybe thinks that about us, but I will have to say that Mr. Laster opened my eyes to just how special they are. And so never again can I look at these historic windows and say it's okay. It just, those windows will never come around again. Once they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, they're pretty cool too. I mean, there's an operable section within that overall scale of it too. So, you know, are those all going to get revitalized or revamped? Are they still going to remain operable? The ones that have that little
Yeah, the pivot. I'm not sure they're all operable now, but I think they
But I
could
mean,
be.
you have
yes.
to consider
They
what degree do you take it, the revamping to?
And this doesn't have to play into the commission's decision because the guidelines certainly apply either way, but I can contact the state of Tennessee National Register staff and get an opinion, an official opinion on the matter you brought forward, Ms. Worthington, if that's something that would help you all. I'm certainly happy to do that.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a certain quantity count, and I don't know that there is one. I think in my mind, and maybe others share this opinion, it's I have to hear a compelling argument for some type of hardship on every issue. And just the fact that people can't see out, but they have, I mean, they're pretty big windows in terms of daylight. I just don't feel the compelling argument on making them longer at the expense of chopping out historic sills and brick and then replacing the windows. You know, if we just had these things stockpiled in any
Right.
size we wanted and could plop something in, but that's just not the case. And so that compelling argument is just not there for me
And
on
the-
this particular, any of the three sides that we've looked at.
I would concur, and I think they're repairable. I know we repaired all the windows at the old jail, so they are repairable.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next page. This is that interior courtyard that's adjacent to the building that you discussed at the first with the additional entry. So this would be, in staff's opinion, a lesser prominent, it's a prominent elevation, but it doesn't have a lot of visibility from Franklin Road. But being on the site, again, experiencing it from vantage points on the site, this would be something that would not be recommended to be supported based on the guidelines.
There's also one item I failed to mention when we went to this page prior. You can see on the left, there's that existing non-historic connector that's there. I don't know exactly when that was added, but it was added, I would say definitely in recent years, connecting those two buildings, and we are proposing to take that out. So that's one more item for you all to look at.
And
It's a
staff-
CMU building.
Staff
yeah.
supports that.
It does intersect with those old historic windows, like just dead ends into the side of them?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It was not a,
It'll be an improvement, I would say.
I just
very
didn't know if it was
artful
my
addition.
perspective here or if that was the
Yeah,
case.
we believe it was added 20 years ago.
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Redevelopment.
Anyone else, does anyone have a problem with adding the door?
It's an existing opening, it says?
so Ms. Pierce, on
Yeah.
page 8, the question is about the lowering the sill heights on the
No,
upper
I
side
think
windows.
I didn't know we were we've said it on every
Well, I
one.
just want to make sure, I'm being
Okay.
very thorough.
Does
So-
anyone have any desire to lower these windows? Okay. And then there's the door, there's removing that piece and the door. Is there anything else?
There's an existing door right there, just so you all
Right.
know. We just want to put a glass
Right.
door instead of the hollow metal
Right.
door that's there now.
Right. Does anyone have any comment on any of this?
I think it's okay.
Does everyone support that? And then we're saying keep the windows again? Right, okay.
Okay, page 9.
Okay, so there's a few things on this page and a few things that we discussed in the last DRC and on site. So the originally proposed, you'll see in the bottom left, does not show the structure. At the DRC, everyone seemed to be okay with that. I think after going out onto site, I think the thought was a little bit different seeing it in person. And so the existing right now is just showing that corrugated metal all around the structure. And I think the commentary we had on site was, hey, is there a way you could keep this and work it into it somehow? Could it be some kind of sculptural element? So what we've shown on the right is keeping it. So we're proposing in this iteration to keep it. One item that we did not show on this image that I would like to get your feedback on is if that does work as some sort of entry portico or covered, we would like to be able to put a roof on it in case there would be some cover, keeping the sides exposed. So that's one item on that. And there's a few other things on here. I think as we walked around site, there were a lot of comments on the existing sliding doors, the old fire doors. Could you keep these more? So in our original proposed, you can see they are not there. In this scheme, we are proposing to keep the fire sliding doors that are on this elevation. And this elevation is facing the parking lot, just for everyone, just to, kind of reiterate where that is. There, we're proposing also taking off, you can see this note where we say existing, taking off that shed that was definitely added at some point in the recent past. I don't have an exact date, but not an original shed, covering up some openings that are there. The other item we were doing is, we also talked about, we want this side to also have a little bit of frontage. There could be some small shops, some small tenants on this side that would face the parking lot. And again, for the same reason as we said before, making it more active. So looking at doing a similar thing to what we had said in some of the other openings, not removing the window. What we originally did was really taking out those windows and really bringing everything down to the ground. And what we're proposing to do now is leaving the windows and in key locations, putting a door in and not taking out as much brick and leaving the existing window as much as possible and just really sort of custom fitting something that would function as a door. So that's what these images are showing.
So staff would support the changes shown on the page. If there is a roof potentially proposed for the metal structure, then we would recommend that you show that. And it could be an option. You could do option with or without, but ultimately we would rather see it now if that's something you think you'd like to do, and you can go ahead and consider it. But overall, I feel strongly that the applicant did take every DRC comment into account here. It's reflected very well.
Yeah.
Any commissioners want
Just
to comment
very
on
well
this?
done. I mean, this is, I think Brian was the one who first said, hey, look at this. This speaks of what used to be here. Why do we want to take it down? And it's going to look great, so.
And to give credit where credit's due, I think Tyler is to be credited with that.
Okay.
Well, I don't you all, I mean, it looks amazing. So you were so responsive. You have been so busy.
I will not lie, it's been a very busy week.
You all have been very busy.
It's nice to see the structure, but if you're actually thinking about putting a roof on it, it's kind of got one now. And it's, enigmatic of what was, at least somebody had that at one time. So just a thought.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'd say about the roof is, as it looks in the exposed structure, something's holding that ridge up. I can't tell from the picture what it is, but if a roof goes back, I think that's important, that it's that shallow gable, kind of funny little roof. I don't know that the fascia needs to be 14 feet tall.
Could the roof that's there remain with the sides removed?
Yeah.
I think that's Mr. Laster's point.
Yeah,
Peel
it could.
away.
I think it doesn't hint as much about what's under it, and I'm just a big curious kid. If I can see it from far off and it's somewhat shows a little of the structure hanging out, I'm more apt to look up at it. But I can't tell you how many times I've been there and I never looked up in that thing because it's covered in this
It's
big
just
box.
Yeah.
So that was my only thought. From a preservation standpoint, it's like, well, yeah, leave it in place, but we also want people to discover it. And in being up in the air, it's a little harder when you cover it all up for somebody to really get curious because they're just walking past it instead of under
It
it.
kind of reminds me, it's Rusty's transformer friend
Yeah.
on the other
Yes.
side. So,
Well,
Rusty, the other
I think
art piece, yeah.
everyone supports page 9, so
Yeah.
we are rapidly moving to page.
Page 11.
Amanda, I just have a point of clarification real quick.
Sure.
On page 9 that we were just looking at, sorry, this area is going to have new hardscape and new landscape. It's going to be one of the community, public gathering areas. You mentioned a minute ago that if there was something we wanted the board to consider, it needed to be a part of this approval. So we're moving ahead with the development plan submittal that is going to show more outdoor dining and really triggers more requirements for a shared parking agreement that's not in place today that we're also going to be submitting. There's so much more complexity to this. these hardscape areas are not coming now. They're coming.
Absolutely.
They're coming
I understand that
later
completely.
with the next site plan. So
I meant more of facade,
Yeah,
fenestration,
that's
things
what
like
we're
that. You are certainly correct, and to echo Mr. Gable's point, there are some things that are moving simultaneously with historic
Yeah.
zoning, but on a slightly different track. And as Kelly mentioned, the preliminary HCC recommendation for any development plan revision would take into account these hardscapes and parking areas, and things like that, signage. So you'll see all that again, it just might not be right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
So page 11, this is right by the area we're just looking at, just kind of turned more toward the building. So in this, you can see in our existing proposed, similar, what we originally proposed was really taking these windows all down to the ground, and basically putting new windows in those locations. What we have come back and done in the upper right is say, okay, those two existing windows, let's keep them like they are. There are existing doors on the two other locations. We're proposing just to make those a little bit more cohesive than the doors that are there, and removing those canvas awnings that exist. We're also proposing to paint that siding that's there right now. The other item Greg mentioned, this area is currently a loading area. Cars sort of park in and out of there. That's mostly what it's used for. And, I know whether it's included in this or not, that is the intent, is that this area will then become more of an outdoor area for those that come to the factory. So you can see we're showing some planting, tables and chairs, and things like that in this zone.
Staff fully supports the proposal as shown.
Is there any comment?
Are you matching this door on the left side? Are you going to match the head height of the windows? It's obscured by the trees, but I think I see a box squared in there.
That one is staying like it is, right? I think this one is staying like it is. I don't
Just
think we're bringing it up. I
exactly.
think
Okay.
that's staying in the opening.
Is there any comment from Lisa or Kathy?
No.
So,
I think I'm good.
thank you for your responsiveness. Okay, we are page 12.
So
and
this next one, we actually didn't look at on site. We went down the alley one way and didn't come back this way. There's not a lot of changes here, but I do want to make sure to get your comments on these. A lot of it is painting. So the Mockingbird Theater, if you can see those photographs that we have in the bottom right there, it's CMU, it's kind of a siding material up above. We're just proposing to paint those the darker color instead of the red. We are also proposing, if you all have been out there, that's a really nice courtyard on that side of the space, right outside of Mojo's Tacos. There is a little stair that's in front of the Mockingbird Theater on that side. It's very small, kind of needs a little bit of repair. So we're proposing potentially putting some sort of outdoor structure there that could be used as a stage, something of that nature for events. So that's really all we're showing. You can see some things coming up and down the alley from a potential overhead lighting standpoint. I think things that you'll see from a signage standpoint will obviously be later on.
So the only concern that staff has about this is this elevation set isn't very clear to us. It's showing one elevation of the Mockingbird. We would like to see every elevation that's proposed to be touched. So if this is the only elevation of the Mockingbird proposed to be touched, that's fine. But we also want to see a full elevation of this facade if it's not already shown somewhere else in the submittal, to make sure we understand what's being proposed here.
Yes, we will include that.
Okay, thank you. And I can't speak to this facade because I don't understand everything proposed to it, but as far as the Mockingbird, that can be supported. It seems very minimal, and it's not painting any masonry that hasn't already been touched.
And I actually think you showed that to us, I think, when we were
We might
there.
have just grazed it, I think, when we went
Okay.
by. We went
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
So is there any feedback from the commission on this?
I just have a question. So the projection area for movie screenings, would that be painted, or is that just showing where a screen?
Not painted, something that could be applied
Okay.
on there. So not actually painting any of the brick
Yeah.
that's there. It's a nice courtyard. We thought it could be really nice to show like a movie in the park type event.
So cool. Any other comment from that page? Then we're moving page 13.
Okay, a lot of discussion on site with this one. So we wanted to make sure we spend some time on it. If you can look at the bottom left, that was originally proposed. This opening that we all stood outside of had the two wing walls. It has a big semi-glass opening right now with some hollow metal doors and a dropped soffit. I think the feedback we got from everybody was like, you know, keep the wing walls. We understand wanting to have more glass. We are supportive of that. We're understanding of wanting to remove that soffit since it's not an original soffit, had been dropped down. But we would also like to remit some of the items like the track. And we included a photo on the bottom right. You know, it's hard to model all of these things in a rendering, so we wanted to make sure we included a photo. Keep that track that was there at one point. Keep some of the things that are there, that metal panel. But everything you do sort of handle inside. And so look at that glass opening and take that soffit out. I think there was also a discussion of, you know, I don't think anyone really liked these light fixtures that we had. So we are proposing something that is less of a glass ball and more something that would have a hard metal outside, which would have been a little bit more typical. It's not exactly the shape that you would have seen then, but we thought at least it's a modern interpretation, but the outside is metal, which is probably what you would have seen back then. So those were most of the changes. Some of the other things you'll see, which might be a little easier to see on the following pages. So let me see. I may wait to address those on the following pages where we have doors coming into the alley. It'll be easier to see later.
Well, is there?
Staff thinks that they've done everything we've asked them to on this facade. I'm very appreciative. This is such a treasure on the property. So keeping as much of that historic window material intact is very precious. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that whatever the commissioners also agree on, that
And-
they were responding? I agree.
A question for Amanda. The lighting stuff, I mean, I always felt like we review that type of thing, especially on primary facades, but this is an alley and, you know, temporary lights, like string lights and things. I mean, what are usually those thought of on
if they-
alleys that nobody?
If the applicant wants to do some sort of light fixture that's emulative in design and material as what you see here, I don't know that we necessarily need to see that.
Well, you all have not, the city, I should say. The city has not, in my mind, allowed string lights to
We
the
do-
point I wish.
We do now.
You do now,
Our current
good.
ordinance does allow for that. Jim
glad to hear
Swoboda worked
that.
really hard to get that in, huh?
And we'll review all the lighting when it comes to
Kelly.
historic
Exterior.
zoning. Yes.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, I always see them as kind of appurtenances that can be changed easily and quickly, as opposed to like real historic fabric, like brick walls and roof
Absolutely.
and windows and things that are. So I just wasn't sure how specifically this board
Well, we do
saw and
review
reviewed
them.
light.
So one thing, with that in mind, I think it's important for the applicant to notice that we do want to see specifications for the storefront material, like the grid, not just the grid pattern, but actual like
Profiles.
profile, just to see how that looks and the color.
Okay, and that would be for this submission?
Yes,
We need to have
ma'am.
that, okay.
So is it a rust color or a black color? Like all those things are
Yeah.
things that they want to see.
Okay.
And I think they're rooting for rust color.
Okay.
Looks
So
great.
we
Looks great.
are moving to the page 14? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, if we could move to page 14. And so I'm going to point out a few things on page 14, but just saying that page 15 will be the better place to really be able to view it. So I think the common theme that we'll see in this one and the page before, we had talked about wanting to have some doors where there were only the clerestory windows on that alley. For the same reason that we had on the other side of the building, we really wanted to activate this alley with small tenants, shops, things of that nature, studios, that would really bring people down this alley instead of, how it is right now. So if you move to the next page, it's a little bit easier to see. We kind of broke out these elevations so you could see an existing and a proposed. It's hard to see and it's hard to take pictures of that alley. So this is a little easier to see. So one of the things that came up on site, if you look at the proposed, you'll see some clerestory windows, some that are lower and some that are higher. So the ones that are lower, I think, Tyler, when we were on site, you suggested, look, if you want to put a door, can we leave these windows and you put one underneath it? So unfortunately on this side, it wasn't quite tall enough to do it. But what we did instead was, we had proposed really taking those all out and making all those windows taller, regardless of if there was a door. And so now instead we're saying, look, we're gonna keep all the clerestories where we're not putting a door, and then in those same openings we're proposing putting these 3 doors. There's one opening, you can see the third one from the left, that was filled in over time, and we're again saying we would like to put that window back. It has been filled in with brick. But what we were hoping to do on the right, those clerestory windows are much higher. And in our original proposal, if you guys went back a couple pages, we were really going from top of that clerestory all the way to the ground. And in this case, we said, well, let's just keep all those windows. So we're keeping all of those windows, and where we're adding doors, we're doing so down lower. And you can see there's a couple of places where there was a door. Where you can see where we say new door in existing sliding door opening. So we are not showing keeping that sliding door, but we were looking at it today, and we were hoping to figure out a way to keep that slider as well. We are keeping the one further down on the right, and instead of, we're putting a door back in an existing door opening. So this was somewhere in between what we all talked about, in a way to just, let's try to keep as much existing fabric as we can, but still get these door openings onto the alley. And where we could reuse a door, we did, and where we needed to add some, we did.
So I appreciate the applicant providing this view. This makes it so much easier to understand it and really appreciate it, because I know it's hard to take a photograph and really do that. So thank you. I do think the applicant did try to meet the intent of everything that was suggested. It is unfortunate about these windows here, but I understand, and I think limiting the amount of them that's altered it's more important than anything else. So staff can support that given the location of these alterations on the property. I'd like your feedback on the sliding door removal. I think utilizing existing puncture hole as opposed to creating a new one is always supported over creating the new one. I wonder if, by putting this door here, if the sliding door component could just be maintained and it just slid over.
We are going to try to keep that one, Amanda. That one, we just didn't have it on there for today, but we will
Okay.
have it in the future.
Okay, so, but that's all the comments I have. I feel very good about this overall.
Amanda, one comment on that sliding door, it's actually not on a track, it's just bolted into the side of the wall, so it looks like it was kind of appended back on, and so behind it is basically an infill block wall.
Mhm.
So,
And I think using that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have a question about the, I think it's a detail question on how these existing clerestory and you infilling a door beneath. I see a dimension on here says 8'5", 8'5". It looks like windowsill, which doesn't include the row lock. And when I had mentioned this on site, I was hoping the row lock could stay and you could still get an 8-foot door under it. I know structurally it can be done. I've done it before, but I like that as part of the masonry opening, but I'm curious to hear if it's possible or if that's crazy or I don't know. On the existing elevation, you'll notice a dimension that says 8'5". It goes to the sill of the window, but it doesn't look like it includes the row lock sill, which is the brick protruding sill. And the proposed is showing that as coming out and new windows butting directly against the old windows. And so to me, it's just a detail question, like, well, how do those join together and what's that look like? Because they're not going to be the same thing, but they're going to append to each other. And so when I had suggested maybe the door slides in underneath, I had thought maybe the row lock would be the dividing component.
Yes.
That brick row lock stays, all the new stuff happens underneath, and usually that's all supported inside with angle iron. And you get to, I'm just concerned about new touching old, especially windows like that.
And I think that may be clarification on our part, because I'm looking at this drawing here, and I think it does look like we're keeping that clerestory and then going under it, but that is not what we're doing on this side. So I don't know if that's what you're saying or not,
If
but on
it
the
is
far left side.
possible to do it on this side,
That one, we are not showing keeping them because it was so close, and then we were saying by the time we sort of monkeyed with that and tried to get some structural item to run across it, a lintel or anything that we'd need to attach on both sides, we were worried, a lot of those windows are are kind of built in
Okay,
to the
then-
brick, so we were worried about being able to do it. It's a detail
Okay.
we can look at more, but that was what we saw. from-
If you have to take out the clear story window, I'm just sitting here drawing on my paper, is it possible to put a piece across the new window, the new door window element that's thicker, so your eye keeps seeing that height all the way across?
That's what we were kind of saying.
Okay.
We're not 100% sure we can do it. I think some of those old windows, you guys know, sometimes they're built into the brick, and we were like, well, if we took the roll lock off.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
suggesting
yeah.
you keep the window.
Oh, okay.
You're suggesting
Okay.
you beef up that mullion
Yes,
at
for
top.
the
Oh, like
window
where it
element.
was. I got you.
So it still reads like
Yep.
a clear story
So
window.
Like it was a
with
clear
the
story.
reeds.
Sure.
Because it's kind of making your eye jump around on that end of the building in my mind.
And again, that clear story is going to be one style, material, putty glazed. It's a thing. And we're going to put something new touching it. And it's like, well, it's just not going to look appropriate at that
Right.
point. There's got to be some dividing line. I'd love to see
Yes.
the brick there, but if it's a thickened piece of brake metal or whatever it is, I think it does come down to some of the details on that.
Yeah,
And I'm
if
not
it
convinced
could-
that Amanda can't.
And
you
if
know,
it could be
take care of
brick, that would be better, if there's room for it.
Yeah.
But if there isn't room, in my mind, just to let your eye keep catching the
Sure. So
clear
it's a-
story height.
Yeah, so it's a new opening in there in total,
Yes.
but put something across that sort of,
Yes.
references back to the shape that used to be there.
That's right.
So
Preferably the
what I
brick.
think staff's going to ask for this particular situation, because I think that's a very good point, is if you could do just a short profile on that one, just to show the breakdown of, okay, here's the clear story window, if it's the original materials or not, the break in between, and then what you have underneath. So we have an understanding of the materials and the light pattern and the profile for that section. And you can do one to represent these three here.
Okay.
And I'd like to add one more concept about this. It's a clear story. Why can't we just right now it looks like a full-length window that you popped a door in. We've lost the clear story look. Keep the clear story window with the roll lock and just add a door. Don't do the side lights.
I would, or do double doors.
No, just do the door.
Door.
You only want one door. And I'm not
Well-
defacing more brick than I need to.
Well, I was just I was gonna be flexible on that because they're calling them studio spaces for light.
Yeah.
But I do agree with dropping the grids.
And the doors don't have to be 8 feet tall, or
Yeah.
8'5",
Yeah.
which is a custom sized door. When 8 is a standard and saves you
Standard.
money.
Yeah,
It'll pay for the lintel.
and it could be,
Can we
I mean,
propose to you all a couple of
bring-
Yeah.
Yeah,
ways to
sure.
actually do that? Because I think
Yeah.
we're kind of
Yeah,
on the fence of being able to sort of
yeah.
construct that
bringing the
one.
grids down on the side lights of the door, I don't think really helps this project because it takes your focus away from, it's more contrived. I guess that's what I would say.
So you're saying if we did have the side lights, maybe those are clear, those are solid, we keep the clear story above, type six, so it reads like what used to be there with maybe a thicker dividing light.
Yes.
Yeah.
It reinforces that the clear stories were what was there, your eye goes to that.
Or to Tyler's point, if the doors can accommodate a brick.
I would really
Right.
like to see the brick
brick,
row lock
yeah.
remain. There's
Yeah.
space.
Yeah,
And I
if
don't,
there's
I don't see why
space, the
that's
brick is
can't be
ideal.
accommodated.
Well, that was going to be my question, and I'm not a codes expert by any means. Do these have to be taller than 8 feet?
No, you're
No.
required to have a 6'8" door.
Yeah, so
And,
why can't they be 6'8" or
It's the
something
width.
less that would allow for this to work?
Based on the dimensions, if they're right, an 8-foot door will fit and the row lock.
I think there's some details I think that I would like to work on to show you all, because I think there's some weird things happening out there that I want to propose something that I feel like is going to work.
And I'm not convinced
There's-
every opening's the same.
They probably are
It could be built differently just because that's the way these old buildings are. So, yeah, absolutely, that's fair to you all to give you a chance to
Yeah.
think about it. I think it would look like we've protected as much of the historic fabric as
agree.
possible with that scenario, and the details, again, are leave to
And
you
still
all.
being sensitive to the function.
Yeah.
So let's go to page 16. All right, looks like Gina has done a
Okay.
lot of work on this one.
Yep, so on 16, this was when original DRC, we proposed taking that wing wall down. I think that was supported by everyone. Then after going on site and everyone really looking at it in person, I think the response was, is there a way you can keep this? So I think we're fine to keep it. We have shown sort of filling it in. I think we do have to do something. We need to put some kind of cap on it. We need to work out, again, that's another sort of detail I think we need to work out before we turn this in. But the water's getting in there, it's causing the brick to expand and freeze, and so that's why the wall keeps falling apart.
And it's a little Rome meets factory right now.
Yeah, yeah. So I think there will be some things that will need to be added to this wall that you may all see to save it, but we're fine to just keep it, and I think that was what everybody had said, so that's what we're showing here.
Okay, so is there any different feedback from anyone?
Staff supports.
Staff supports.
Okay. Moving to page 17.
Okay, similar discussion on this one. So what we originally proposed, everyone seemed generally supportive of that idea. I think after going on site and having walked down the alley and having the discussion on, how much can we keep versus take away, we kind of proposing something similar here that we're posing around the site. Instead of getting rid of that whole opening, let's just do what we need to do to get a door in. So we still get the indoor-outdoor access, but we keep the existing fabric as much as possible. And we included this, you can kind of see this image that Luke put in here in the middle, bottom middle. That's kind of already happening on site anyway, so we hope to do like a nicer version of that. But that's what we're proposing to do in that top right.
So the applicant responded well as to exactly what the DRC recommended.
And
Next
you're
page.
taking down the cover over that door too.
That doorway, are we leaving that one? Yeah, that's further down.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think we
further
showed
down.
that on
Okay.
here, yeah.
Okay, I think everyone agrees. We've all been to window sensitivity store, historic window.
Okay, page 18.
All right, this one's going to be, I think, more commentary on this one. I think when we were all standing out there, lots of different opinions on what we did with this carousel building. Should it be there? Should it not be there at all? I think we wanted to come back and say we still feel like this is the right location. We love how it would work with the farmers market. We love how it's right by the water tower. That's really sort of a really signature public space on the factory's campus that everybody knows. And we feel like this will be a great addition for families and those coming to the factory. Just something that will also incorporate one of the tenants inside that has really made these beautiful carousel animals. And so we're hoping to incorporate that somehow. The changes from the last time are,
They're not voting on that.
you're not voting on this one, but we do want to show you sort of our intent, because I think what we're just talking about here is taking down the garage. There was a lot of discussion about demolishing the existing garage. So one of the reasons we're doing it, if you want to turn to the next page, a floor plan might be more helpful for you all. The comments on site where this building feels too close to the water tower, and we would like to get a little bit more room around it. In order to have the carousel, the building needs to be a certain dimension to really fit it. So what we've shown here actually is pulling that carousel building a little bit forward, removing that garage and getting more outdoor patio space that could really, really flow in and out of that carousel building. So both sides would really be accessible. And then really giving a little bit more space around that water tower. So really letting that stand alone, but still really getting this carousel structure, just moving it a little bit further forward. And so you can kind of see that on both of these pages. So this is really just, again, like Greg said, you're not necessarily voting on this, but we are asking about the garage itself, and at least wanted you to see the context of that ask and what we
For
were hoping to do.
clarification, we're really not voting on anything this evening.
So I know you're not voting on anything tonight, but when the request comes back to the Historic Zoning
We
Commission.
won't be voting on
We're
it.
requesting the demolition of the garage building.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We cannot add any additional square footage until a development plan is approved by the board. and mayor.
Right.
So what we would ask the DRC to weigh in on today is, number one, the demolition of the garage structure. And if you have any questions or concerns about the carousel structure, you could bring those up now, but that won't be part of your COA application that you'll see next month. There are some things to vet through as far as use and whether or not it's a freestanding canopy that's connected or whether it's enclosed and all those good things that are more development plan level. So as far as staff, the garage is definitely something that has some age to it. I don't say this lightly, but I do think that it does not have the historic significance that some of the other portions of the building do. While it is of the age that could be considered historic, I don't believe that everything that's at least 50 years of age is historic. It just could qualify as. I don't see as of yet, and I'm going to do more research on it because I am in the research stage, any compelling reason to necessarily keep it. But I think that is an important conversation to have right now to give the applicant some feedback as they move forward with their plan.
One item I also forgot to mention is we did put the pump house back underneath the water tower. We had
Good.
talked about that on time.
Madam Chair, what would help me tremendously is knowing how much this building has been altered when the Leahy's had their residence in there and their garage. Because if it's been significantly altered in the past, it might, that would help me in what I consider.
So you're talking about the garage, the little garage building. Well, I think we can have that, one of us can have the conversation with the Leahy's to find that out.
And we have before and after
Have you?
photos too, so
Yeah,
mid-90s.
and look at that.
And then, what they did after,
Yeah, that would help, of course, justify removing it. I love the openness of the carousel building in comparison to what you had before. I think that creates a feeling of less mass.
Yeah.
I still just get almost, I have concern about the shape of the carousel building. I have concern about the carousel at that location. I just think it's a lot of competition for the factory buildings. But I'm going to try, I will remain open to when we look at the whole plan. But I wouldn't support this type of looking building.
And I will say too, in the future, when we do present this to you, we've had discussions as well about sort of looking at the architecture. In all reality, it was just not something we thought we could get done this week
Right,
to present.
I
So it was
understand.
the bigger discussion for today, and we'll come
Right.
back with something else.
And just some feedback moving forward on this. If this is something that is entitled through the development plan process, you'll be given a recommendation, giving a recommendation on that. As part of that, you can give recommendations on the building form. I think the location's improved, assuming that the garage is determined to be eligible to be removed. I think having it moved away from the base of the water tower is very important and lessens that crowding.
I think a lot's been achieved with this because when we got on site, you have moved away from the water tower.
Right.
So,
I don't necessarily support this roof form at this location. I do think it needs to be more of a flat or some sort of a more traditional parapeted design and not this gable form.
something simple.
It's so different from
Simplified.
what's out there. And I get being different is important, but to be compatible is also important. And I don't think that given the location on this site being so highly visible, that this building form is exactly meeting that mark yet.
Am I wrong, or does page 21 show a similar gable in a similar location?
Can you elaborate, Ms.
Page
Marquardt?
21.
We
which
included
photo?
those historic
If you look
photos.
at the water tower,
And which photo?
and then on the
Oh, the bottom right.
page
Bottom right.
21, yeah. I mean, I never noticed that before, but. Which one?
This
This
building
one.
here?
Yeah.
I never noticed that either, but I still, it didn't have the it's still not the same type of gable.
No, sure, but
It's more simplified.
And I think we took that cue from Building 11, if you're
Yeah.
kind of standing in that spot and you look at it at the main front
Yeah.
entry. But I
Gotcha.
think this is just definitely something we want to explore to respond to the comment.
That is actually on the, it's on the, that's the front of the building.
Isn't that the building
Isn't-
Yes.
No, not in that form, it's not.
Is that not the garage?
The bottom right is, yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that
So
was-
what's the date of that photograph, if we know?
Date 92 is written there. I do believe that's from the submittal to the National Registry, so.
Well, that gives you an idea of the shape it was in, doesn't it?
Is there a smaller version of a carousel that would fit in the garage?
That was a conversation that was had on site, and I know that some of you had to leave before that conversation took place, but the applicant feels that more space is needed in order to accommodate what they're looking for. That doesn't mean that the commission has to approve demolition of a structure that it finds historically important, but I do think that we need to ask the applicant to provide some burden of proof about the level of alterations or historic or architectural integrity left in that structure in order to make a decision based on the criteria that you have before you.
Yeah, it would not fit the owner of the carousel animals, and we put together the specifications, and I think it was 40-foot
I don't think
diameter.
it would fit.
Yeah.
Go back to page 19.
Yes.
That's that proposed carousel plan. So I'm assuming the circle I'm seeing and then the square, the circle is the carousel.
That's right.
In relation to that, where is that garage building today?
It's behind it. It is behind it right now. And I think it would be more helpful if we had that dashed in, but
That'd be great.
it is directly behind that building.
So
It's
why-
kind of light, very lightly dashed.
Why would it need to be removed?
So I think the biggest thing we were trying to do was not crowd that space and just have more outdoor space where you could kind of flow in and out of that carousel building. That was our intent with this plan.
But we have lots of months with bad weather.
Well,
You know, if it was punched open.
yeah, if it was open air or even glassed in a way that, I mean, carousels have somewhere kids have to wait and buy a ticket, and they can't stand in the, not many can stand in the 45-foot box. So almost like a pre-function to the carousel. Now that it's moved, I mean, I could see why it needed to be demolished
Well-
in its previous location.
As a grandmother that has frequented these carousel buildings, you know, cotton candy and Cokes and all the healthy things you want your children to have in close proximity to the carousel make it, you know, more vibrant and usable. I'm just saying. So that would be that could be in that space.
So to recap that, what the DRC is suggesting is that more research be done to show how this building has altered over time, and that perhaps in lieu of removing it, that it be altered to allow for more outdoor accommodation. If it's a freestanding canopy, that's more of a problem as far as our zoning ordinance goes, but it is connected to the building, so it could be a connected canopy that, you know, if you were to allow the alterations to kind of keep that semblance of what was there with some meaningful openings and alterations to that, which is obviously much more supportive than removal. But I see some yawns, and I certainly have them too. Are there any other questions or comments before we adjourn?
Well, I just want to compliment the applicants on the
Absolutely.
application and the site visit and the responsiveness. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you all. We appreciate all your time. I know it's a long night.
And we thank the commissioners and we thank the staff.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us in Franklin. Thank you.
Thanks.
I just wish it wasn't in an alleyway. That's a beautiful elevation.